transcending history and the world, a tale of dudes and souls, eternally retold.
Yo, what's up, dudes? My God, dudes, Jesus! I'm back on Earth. Practically, I'm like not even really back on Earth. I'm just like able to stream at a normal time for the first time in several days. The Bone Village, though. Oh no, Fulgore totally fell. I just realized Fulgore fell again. Yeesh, dude, this is getting complicated. Let me check on this. Hold on a second. Let me make sure he's okay. Oh no! Welcome back to the anyway, hi chat. Things happened while I was gone. Fulgore is half on the ground right now. Holy shit. Anyway, hello. Gonna have to lean into it. So, what's on the agenda for tonight? The agenda for tonight is a couple of key things that I actually can talk about from Summer Game Fest, right? What can I actually talk about? And there's only so much. Like, there's only so much. A few things are still embargoed for later this week. In fact, I still cannot talk about my game of the show, like my favorite game I played at the show. Can't talk about it yet. But we definitely need to review and recap all of the bonkers ass Final Fantasy VII news that's been happening over the past few days. There's still new shit coming up. There's still more stuff that is happening and being revealed to this day. So I got to get like a compendium on that. We have to make a video on all of the news that's out there. I need to get to like discuss all that news. The other big one is that I got to have a extended discussion with the Virtua Fighter 6 devs, literally the lead dude on Virtua Fighter, as well as some old AM2 guys that are on the project, talking about them working with Yu Suzuki and like all of this stuff on the project. And there's some pretty interesting things about like the scale and scope and how different Virtua Fighter is compared to almost any fighting game. So we got to talk about that. AM2 is on the project. Spiritual AM2. Yeah, they are actually on the project. So they're not called AM2 anymore. That's the thing, you know. And then, yeah, I talked extensively with Sega and Crazy Taxi. We got to go over the things that are in the game. I got to talk about the AI stuff officially. And I got a pretty lengthy interview with Matsumoto-san and Nakayama-san that I have to review in my head. Recording these things was extremely tough, so I just like decided just to remember the big moments. I pretty much talked to the Street Fighter 6 devs. And yeah, I had some questions. I definitely had some questions relating to the future of Street Fighter 6, the need for shakeups, talking about Third Strike as a game, talking about Tifa as a character, like all of that kind of stuff. So yeah, I definitely got a chance to sort of dissect their brains as far as where Street Fighter 6 is like currently at as a game, you know, and where it could potentially be going. So yeah, that'll be interesting. What else can I talk about? Famitsu has videos of Crazy Taxi. I think everybody has the same footage of Crazy Taxi, which is unfortunate because the footage that I saw was actually better. It was actually better than all this stuff. I think most of the stuff is just like the same like nighttime race scene and all that kind of shit. Alien Isolation 2. Can't talk about Alien Isolation 2. Can't talk about it. Cyclops and Marvel Rivals. I don't think I love the way he looks, right? Yeah, I don't think I love the way Psych looks. He looks okay. He looks fine. But I'm not like, oh, this is so... I do like the fact that his moveset does look cool. Aliens Fireteam Elite 2. It was just great. Yeah, it was just great. Aliens Fireteam 2 was just really fun. I don't even know if there's much else that I can explain about it that was similar, but also like a whole bunch of quality of life stuff, like across the board. Can't talk about anything RE Code Veronica. No, there's nothing to discuss there. Fireteam Elite 1 is on sale for $6 on Steam. That game is worth it, dude. Especially if you have like 3 friends to play it. That shit is really worth it. You know what? I guess it's probably best. We should keep the FF7 stuff because there's so much shit. There is so much stuff to discuss in Final Fantasy VII. Let's get to the very first biggest piece of news. And that is arguably Tifa in Street Fighter 6, right? There's 3 brand new characters in Street Fighter 6. Technically, Bosch is now an actual playable character, or will be a playable character. Yasmin, who is the first available character, is going to be not too far off. She's probably going to be like maybe released sometime around a bit after. Oh, that's right. Evo's in not August anymore. She's like very early August, right? So she'll be not too far off from now. I wouldn't even be surprised if we're going to be seeing gameplay of her in some form, some fashion. However, the weird thing of the trailer, much less the reveal for Street Fighter 6, has sort of been the unknown mystery of where this game is going and what is happening, because it seems that initial inspection, there is no brand new stage and there is no brand new content related to story mode. So we thought that there might have been a replacement for that things. Maybe this is where Super Street Fighter 6 happens. Maybe this is like a different way to engage single player content in some way. And at the moment, that doesn't seem the case, right? That doesn't seem to be the case. It seems like they are adding more characters to the game and more things are being added at the moment. This is from our perspective. And the amount of historical stuff that they're adding outside of like costumes maybe is going to just eventually and most likely be how they continue Street Fighter 6 from this point forward. Like, just maybe. That's all we know. So, that being said, I got an opportunity to talk to Matsumoto-san and Nakayama-san, who are the resident big heads at Capcom. These are the guys responsible for all the Capcom fighting game collections. These are the guys responsible literally for Street Fighter 6, Nakayama-san especially. And I got like a solid 30-minute opportunity to sit down with them and grill them a little bit about some of the ways this game is going. And one of the big first questions I had when I was discussing this with them, as I'm recalling this in my head, was Tifa. And my question to them was that Tifa is a character amongst Final Fantasy VII characters that historically does not really show up in many things. Like, these characters are pretty difficult to get into other games. So I asked them, how challenging has it been to work with the Square Enix development side, or Nomura-san, right, on making one of his characters fully come to life in a fighting game? And believe it or not, they said that the process, which has been in the works for quite some time, has been extremely, like, that has not had any ounce of like pushback. Like there's notes and things like that, but it isn't like it has been really difficult. It seems like in the past it might have been difficult to work with Square Enix, but they were surprised by how quickly they responded to stuff, how quickly they approved things, and how like they were very enthusiastic and able to like move forward, which is why this all happened. So, you know, historically there's been a lot of like mega friction between, it seems like from the outsider's perspective, between Square Enix and like other devs who might want to use their characters and stuff, especially from like a Smash Brothers perspective. But apparently not. According to the Street Fighter devs, they're like, this was extremely smooth. And yeah, Tifa being in the game, they just want to do like proper honor to the character, and they want to make sure that she's represented in a way that'll make everybody happy, including Final Fantasy fans and everything like that. They know it's a really big deal. So I gave them the commendation that they pulled off a guest character in a fighting game, the likes of which we really haven't seen since in this scale, since like Link and Soul Calibur 2, in my personal opinion. Akuma in Tekken is a big deal, don't get me wrong, but like a crazy crossover, the likes of which we have not seen before, like Cloud in Smash, Link in Soul Calibur, it was like, whoa, this is bonkers. So I had to give them props for making that happen, because this was a true kind of like dream come true character. The other thing I wanted to discuss with them was like the 40th anniversary of Street Fighter, which is going to be coming up pretty soon. And I wanted to talk about how there is likely things happening, like whatever's going to be happening for the 40th anniversary of Street Fighter and Street Fighter 6 or otherwise. I wanted to let them know, and I was curious if they knew that there is a little Street Fighter game called Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, and it does not really have a reliable official release from Capcom that we can kind of like play online with each other. So I sort of questioned them, because this is such a formative game in the Capcom fighting game history, at least for, it seems like you guys, Street Fighter 6 and many games, and many like fighting game community members. I was asking, like, is there any possibility of like bringing back Street Fighter 3 Online Edition? Is there any chance that like that they're like aware that there's not many ways for the community to officially play Street Fighter 3 Third Strike outside of a 30th anniversary collection, which is going on near 10 years old with like delay-based netcode and all that stuff? And all they did was just look at each other and look back at me, and the translator said that we are aware. Like, that was it. That's all they gave me. So they just went, we are aware. So that's all we got. That's, I don't know what it's going to lead to, when it's eventually going to happen, anything like that. But they know that 3S is a game that has a big audience and stuff, and they seem to be pretty aware that it's difficult to enjoy that game in an official capacity in some way. So I hope so, man. I really hope so. I'm a big personal fan of Street Fighter 3 Online Edition. I don't think it plays the best out of all of them. I think it plays really good, but Street Fighter 3 Online Edition is a game that is got a ton of features in Third Strike that the game never had before, between more colors and better audio and all that stuff. So it's like, man, I really hope that kind of stuff is preserved in some way, where some of those elements in some way, like these guys made impossible shit happen, where they and I even gave them credit for this, where I was like, in another like question / comment I got to make to them, I said, you guys managed to put PSP Alpha characters into an arcade version of Street Fighter Alpha. You somehow managed to retroactively add versions of Capcom fighting games, of arcade Capcom fighting games that have never had releases before, into collections, right? So that all sides of the fandom can be like sort of fulfilled. I deeply thanked them for doing that, because it's never been done before. And I asked them, like, how tough was that to do? And they pretty much exclaimed it was really hard. Like, they pretty much just broke it down to a simple thing. It was really not easy. So yeah, like there was a lot of post-release effort that went into the MVC collection and Capcom Fighting Collection 2 that is genuinely insane, like actually insane. So that wasn't done very easily, you know what I mean? It definitely took a lot of effort. And I'm trying to think of the other questions that I had. So the last one is kind of the big one. I asked the devs about the shakeup. I specifically asked about Street Fighter 6. And I'm trying to think of how did I ask them about Street Fighter 6's potential like future. It was something along the lines like Street Fighter 6 currently has more players than it's ever had. It is one of the best performing fighting games they've had since Street Fighter 4, right? And it's doing even better in many ways. The game is being widely accepted as being like one of the GOAT fighting games by many accounts, right? However, and as I said, they're probably aware, there is a vocal outcry from different audiences, like different regions of Street Fighter fans, especially the Western audience, that has been curious or asking for the game to get sort of a mechanical adjustment, because the majority of those systems were extremely refined. And I told them that Street Fighter 6 is arguably one of the most polished fighting games I've ever played at launch, because we are still playing the majority of those systems untouched from like 2022, 2023. So I commended their efforts in that way, where it's like, I've never seen a fighting game this polished before. But because we and many of the community, especially dedicated Street Fighter fans, have been playing the same thing and the game operating in the same way for the longest time, there was a lot of requests to change things. And I asked them, is there a possibility of that happening? And how difficult is it to sort of balance a global fighting game where one side might be doing incredibly good and one side might be like asking for like adjustments and changes and costumes and all of this kind of stuff. So they pretty much responded that they are also very much aware that Street Fighter 6 has been a game that has been mostly untouched for a very long time, mostly refined, right? Where they've been able to add a bunch of things, quality of life and all these elements to Street Fighter 6 like over this time. And they specifically told me that it's not like we're being unheard. It's more like this is a matter of timing. And they said they can't really mention anything that's happening right now. They cannot discuss anything specifically in the moment right now. We're here to celebrate like Tifa and all these other characters. But they wanted me to echo the idea that those concerns are not falling on deaf ears. So they mentioned that the future of Street Fighter 6 and what might be happening in the future with changing certain things on it is a matter of timing more than anything. So it starts to make a lot of sense to me that they are not turning a deaf ear to this. It's just that chat, like the earliest inclination we got of Tifa being potentially an SF6 is that this has been like, even from like the Square side, they were talking about this could have been years in the works, right? It could have been a hell of a long time that this was starting on the back end, that characters like even from Final Fantasy show up in the game. So this is the thing, right? When you have a game that has that many people, things are in the works, if not large things, for a very long time. And it is the nature of current game development. So why change something that's already working? Right. But there is also the fact that of all the Street Fighter games that have ever released, right, from their initial conception, their initial vanilla release to later versions, Street Fighter 6 has gone the longest unchanged, right? And in this time frame for older games, there might have been 2 or 3 different versions of the game since then, but we're in a much different scenario now. We're in a much different game environment than there was before. So anyway, yeah, and they start talking about timing, and it's like, oh, there is also a Street Fighter 40th anniversary next year. And this is me like saying this. I'm like, okay. Them talking about timing and them talking like we're aware of people requesting Third Strike, them all discussing these elements, is that they can't make any announcements right now. But the idea is that like this isn't a complete negation of like, oh, we never heard that, you know? So anyway, it leaves me pretty confident. That there might be some interesting stuff happening next year. And yeah, I get it. People want things now. People want things to immediately take place like right now. But I would not be surprised if Street Fighter's 40th anniversary is not just gone by the wayside with an in-game event or something like that. It might be something pretty big. They might have a lot of stuff planned for that. So You know, I wouldn't be surprised if it includes something with Third Strike, if it includes something with Street Fighter 6 as a game, all that kind of stuff. With context, that is probably the best type of non-answer you can get. Yeah, exactly, because they're not going to be able to reveal anything. So, long story short, I wanted to let them know how good of a job they're doing on these collections, congratulate them on their success, because they are doing a goddamn incredible job making like a fighting game that's supported and enjoyed across the world. It's crazy to see fighting games in this spot right now, but to let them know that there are things that a lot of the community has been like curious about and wondering, including myself. And I hope that stuff changes. I hope that there is an opportunity for things to, you know, move around a little bit. But there's almost no doubt in my mind. Once Tifa hits this game, dude, those record numbers are going to get blasted out of the water. Oh my God, man. That shit's going to be crazy. So, yeah, that's about it for Street Fighter 6. I'm trying to remember if there's any other questions and answers that I got from them. Just like a few things. They're mostly small things. Nothing that Marvel versus Capcom. I did not ask them about Marvel versus Capcom. No, not necessarily. Yeah, this is good for Street Fighter and FF7. Yeah, no, it's like for sure. Chun-Li, Mai, and Tifa in the same game. It's the Holy Trinity. I hope she has unbridled strength, which is a sort of like a Jamie buff. And you can cash out that shit. Yeah, I really hope so. Unfettered Fury. Like, she needs to have some of her chores from SF6 where they get like a whole bunch of moves outside of just materia and stuff. So it's like, that'd be interesting. That'd be very interesting. At the time, I did not know necessarily about the stage thing. I didn't think of it at all to ask about the stage not being included in the DLC pack. But yeah, that's going to be cool. Rebirth Meteor Strike better be in the game because it's the sickest looking move ever. I think she's going to do multiple limit breaks. She's probably going to do Power Bomb. She's probably going to do many things, you know? She's definitely going to have like her Dolphin Uppercut is probably going to be her level 1. Yeah, that's probably going to happen. Missed chance for a Midgar stage. Missed chance for a 7th Heaven stage. Right? There's also the opportunity of her getting music. And it's like, oh, I wonder if we get the Mount Corel music or something like that. The Battle Mount Corel music. There's definitely some opportunities for that shit to be really cool. Like, really fucking cool. SF6 collab with Revelation. I mean, that's what's happening right now. I mean, that's going to be, I wouldn't be surprised if there's like crossover costume stuff with freaks. I wouldn't even be surprised, right? That could definitely happen. That probably should happen in some way. What's the date for FF7 Part 3? Spring 2027. Yeah, it's in spring. I think Tifa is supposed to be, winter, technically. Is she also spring or is she technically winter? They say early 2027. Do they say winter? It just says early 2027. Okay. So she could be like she could be the winter character and maybe she gets a February release date or something like that. Yeah. Bosch is spring. Yeah. Tifa is before Bosch. Yeah. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Chat, before I get into, Virtua Fighter yapping of the things I saw and the things that I was told, release with FS7 Revelations, that would not be smart. You need to release it before. Yeah, if you want to do a crossover in some way, you would have to launch Tifa and Street Fighter about a month to 2 months before to build excitement, like, and also like promote pre-orders and shit like that. Yeah, not at the same time frame. Probably February. Yeah, probably February, maybe early March, if FF7 does come out in like April. Do you feel the hype around FF7 Revelation is higher than Remake and Rebirth? I feel like being the third game in the series, it's about as much as it possibly could be, you know? And I think the fact that it's the first time that it's actually multi-platform, I think it's about as high as it possibly could be. Yeah, it'll do just fine. It'll do just fine. They're selling 3 different games. The craziest part is that like the entirety of this game series might have cost less to make than even Final Fantasy 16, right? All 3 games put together. That's what's bonkers, is that all because of the way the game was managed in the background, the way they kept people employed, the way they did not necessarily have to outsource as much. Like there's a good chance that because it stayed on the same engine and they had to use a lot of the same stuff. It was only on UE4. That this game in itself could have cost less than one big Final Fantasy game that takes a really long time to make. Like no shit. It probably adjusted because of the early versions of the game, probably not the CyberConnect 2 versions, but when they got this on board, right, and the team was the size of the team, 'cause to be honest, the FF7 team is big, but not astronomical, weirdly enough. It's not astronomical, and the team has been the same team for like 3 games now. So it's like, the more I think about it, it's like, yeah, this experience in producing a game in like 2 to 3 years each time, not going to cost nearly as much as making like one game over 7 years. Like, they might actually end up saving them a little bit money, you know? So, they're really having to figure out how they work this shit in the background. They really are, dude. I think, and we're not getting into FF7 chat yet, but, dude, like, sub, did I read that quote correctly? Did Hamaguchi describe part 3 as being an actual open world game because part 2 wasn't? He's always like, we had a large game in part 2, but he did not consider it open world. He's like, you can better compare part 3 to other games such as Elden Ring, Crimson Desert, and like Horizon Forbidden West. Like, he literally, yeah, okay, so he used that reference. Okay, so that wasn't something I just made up. So it's like, oh shit, dude. And they said, like, you're not going to get everything on your first playthrough, like all of that kind of stuff. Open world doesn't necessarily mean good. You got to understand that one of the biggest criticisms of part 2 is the fact that it wasn't technically open. It was large, but very linear with many things that it was trying to get you to do. So much so that a lot of people didn't want to do a lot of that stuff. So this game, it's the exact opposite, right? Every one of these games is fixing the issues of the previous game. The first game didn't have much to do because you're focused on a specific area. The second game had so much stuff to do that you're kind of like, oh, now there's almost like too much things to do, but there's really not a lot of like freedom to do those things. You can do it whenever, but how you do it is like pretty much dictated by the game. And then the third one is an answer to that, which is like, so now we have everything. The second one was open field. This one's closer to open world, which is all about full world exploration. Nothing's off the limits yet. Nothing's off limits now. So it's like, shit. Okay. And them using the identity of something like Crimson Desert, them using the identity of Elden Ring especially, is that they're gonna put a lot of shit in these areas and make it so that you can find them, including weapons, including potentially summons, and all of that shit, and including they said a lot of vertical travel. So, yeah. Remember that each zone had enemies at the same level, but now there's full variety in every part of the world in terms of challenge. Right. Like, there was no reason to go back to the grasslands, period, unless you wanted to level up a bit. Like, you could cook the entirety of the grasslands until like level 10 to 15, you know? So was there any reason to utilize that area at all? No, not really. You had to go back and do VR missions, and that was it. So imagine now you're going to be running around and get ganked by some big ass monster that you're like, shit, I got to come back and kill this thing. And they specifically give that example. That is actual exploration, chat, right? That is legit, like actual meandering and exploration. Like that shit's going to be mad cool. Mad cool. So I love it. I love getting into trouble. It's so much fun. It was very hard to get into trouble in FF7 Rebirth. It very much did what it wanted you to see, and it wanted you to see everything. It really wanted you to see everything. But like getting into trouble is like Expedition 33 and you get Esquier and you're like, oh, it's cool, I'm flying around. I know I got to go over here, but what's on this beach over here? What's this dank beach? And you get there and there's like level 80 dickheads and they just smash you. And you're like, damn, that sucks. Wow. I saw some items in there though. So you like run around them and you got these dickheads trying to smash you and you just yoink all the shit off the ground, all the pictos and stuff. You're like, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, you're having an adventure. Like you can get into some mischief. Like that's a huge part of Elden Ring, which is like, I know I'm supposed to go over here, but what's in this cave? And like 48 minutes later, shit, how do I get out of this cave? Oh my God. Like, where the hell is this shit isn't ending? I'm on an island now. What's going on? Like actual adventures, you know? And that happens sometimes in Rebirth, don't get me wrong, sometimes, but not as much just because there's only so much. They only had access to so much of the world in the zone to work with. So I can't fucking wait, dude. Like this shit sounds like Return of the King level shit. If they hit all these things and it all comes together in like a really cohesive way, it sounds like Return of the King, where it's like the first two games get nominated for Game of the Year for Best Picture and they don't win. And it's actually the final one that technically brings all of it together, including the story, and hopefully like a really satisfying way by the end. And it's like, oh, okay. Alrighty then, you know? What the fuck is a Kaled? What is this place? Anyway, I can't wait, dude. It's everything they're saying sounds like this is exactly what we wanted. It seems like a genuine improvement over the second game, and the second game was already amazing. Lots of FF7 resin. It's cool. I think it's cool. I think there's a chance that shit could be really cool. Chat, I gotta go grab something if we're gonna talk about VF. You wonder if they'll redo item synthesis, let us make late game shit with general items? Yeah, that was pretty limited, right? That was pretty... We gotta talk about that. That was pretty limited. Nah, Ocarina of Time ain't getting delayed till 2027. No, it's not. Hell no. Chad, do you think Nintendo gives a fuck about Grand Theft Auto? Do you really think that? They don't give a shit. Ocarina of Time will launch 3 days before GTA. They don't give a shit. They live in their... Nintendo lives in their own world the same way that, like, the Rockstar devs live in their own world. They don't care. They'll just do their own thing. You're going to show up, right? You're not playing Star Fox. You're not playing an OOT remake. I'm totally down for that OOT remake. I actually like the art style. I think there's a chance that remake might actually be a little bit of a reimagining and not like a 1-to-1 remake, because they've already done that. Like, I'm sort of hoping, I'm like, oh, he's got the Triforce already. That's weird. Or he's got like some sort of symbol. I'm like, I wonder if they're trying to chat, if there's a game where you can do time fuckery with its story a little bit, that's OOT, dude. Like, you definitely can mess with shit, you know, and make it interesting. It's only one game, you know? Like, there's definitely some time Janey shit that you can mess with. Where are the whispers? Whispers all over young Link and shit. So, I don't know. Where are those whispers at? That shit's gonna be pretty cool. And also, that shit's pretty cool. You know why? We have our reason to play Link to the Past. Actually have it. I don't need to wait for the Zelda movie to build up hype for the next Zelda thing, to have that be the opportunity to jump into the next thing. Nah, not anymore. I get to play Link to the Past. So in the next few months, maybe around like, who knows, like if it comes out fall, maybe around September, we play LTTP. I'll play it for the very first time. I never played it before. So yeah, I'll do it without a guide, all that kind of shit. Maybe I'll have some phone calls. I think it's a bit easier of a game to play. So that'll be fun. That'll be several months down the line, you know? That'll be several months down the line. Would you play OOT original as well? If we get the opportunity to do so, yeah, I think I maybe like to try it. At least the N64 version. Yeah. It's been a long time since I've played that. Jayzoon, thank you. Star Fox demo tonight. It's very short. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to play things tonight. We're going to find out. 2XKO also got big updates that I really want to try. I would like to check out those characters. but there's so much yappery that is happening right now. Let me get, is Thresh really fun? Is he good? Is he actually good? I'm very excited if he is. I gotta grab one thing for the next topic. Hold on. All right. So, yeah, next thing that happened. So Summer Games Fest, I had one appointment that I was probably the most excited about anything at SGF this year. And there was a hopeful, fingers crossed, of like, oh my God, are they going to let us play this? Unfortunately, no. And that is Virtua Fighter 6 Crossroads. So, hold on a second. Let me get the right name. Is it Yamada? I think it is. Yamada-san? Yes, it is. So, yes, the person helming my first appointment for Virtua Fighter was indeed Yamada-san, who is like the lead producer, the visionary that is Virtua Fighter 6 Crossroads. And we have already seen several things that are going down with the game and with this dude. And he's been kind of like the main figurehead of VF6 for quite some time. So, yeah, he's been talking a bit about what's a bit more about Virtua Fighter stuff, which I think might echo a few of the things that I'm going to talk about. And that is a lot of Virtua Fighter 6 Crossroads like development and what their plans are and what they're doing, and answering quite a few questions that I personally had. So they were very open for this, and they were also like, it was also very heavy-handed that they knew what they were dealing with was sort of like classic Sega. And there was a concern of theirs to do this right. Here's the crazy part. It was him as well as another couple of devs. And one of the dudes had been there forever. And he's like, I used to work on the AM2 arcade team back in the 90s. And it's like, whoa, okay. And he knew English as well. So they were also like, he would also like recognize me and stuff from the very old days. So anyway, I'm like, damn, these guys have been doing this for a long time. So Yamada started talking about how he got put onto the project, he said 2 years ago. So there's a chance that Virtua Fighter 6 had been in development for quite some time. Was it Nakaya-san? Thank you. How the game might have been like they were trying to make Virtua Fighter. Like this was the thing that Sega was actively attempting to do for quite some time, especially after the success of Virtua Fighter Ultimate Showdown. But it sounded like, and I'm inferring here, this is my interpretation, that it sort of like did not have a really cohesive focus, where the reasons for them to make a VF, the reasons that they wanted to make it, weren't exactly there yet. And they were sort of like maybe doing things by the numbers. So he got brought into the process about 2 years ago. So what we're looking at with Virtua Fighter Crossroads right now is effectively a game that hasn't actually been in hard development for very long, like not a super long time from a conceptual phase. So weirdly enough, like chat, if you start thinking about this, we were seeing footage of the game and like early conceptual and all this stuff when it was very early in development. Okay, like that was very early. And even the first time we saw gameplay of the game, which was at Evo last year, which is nearly a year ago now, it like the game was very much in an early ass alpha state. Like they were figuring out mechanics, just core mechanics within that moment. You know what I mean? So yeah, like just to show, Virtua Fighter has been a project in Sega's like in the back of their minds for quite some time, and they've been actively trying to do something with it, but it actually turning into a fully realized thing that is what we see of Virtua Fighter Crossroads right now is not that old. Like, it's pretty fresh. So, they're at an early phase when Yamada-san was like, with his vision of like what this could be, this like a game that really is focused on being a holistic experience. Like they want to create they don't want to just make a fighting game. And that's like what they were getting at. Virtua Fighter has always been a fighting game, almost just a fighting game, right? It's a game that sells you specifically on one or a few elements, that it's just really good to play and it controls really good and it has great characters, like all the typical fighting game stuff that usually sells fighting games. His entire thing is like, nah, like still have all those things, right? Have those be the connective tissue, but you cannot just, they want to create something that will not just appeal to fighting game players. They just want to make like a great holistic experience, like a great game. And I get it. Every dev wants to make a great game, but usually fighting games, the devs want to make a great fighting game. You know what I mean? They want to make a great fighting game that also can appeal towards a casual audience. So they have to add these things that will hopefully get casuals in, you know, all that stuff. And it feels like, all right, so you have a very separated, like, this is what the casuals are into. This is what the fighting game fans are into, like all that kind of stuff, right? So he seemed very much aware of it and wanted to create a game that's very different from that. So there was a lot of that, a lot of explanation of like their world building, why they're doing what they're doing, why they're spending so much time with this stuff, why they're creating like a not RGG world, a not Virtua Fighter world, like completely like original world within this thing. And here's the crazy part. This is the thing that truly separates Virtua Fighter from any fighting game that I've been aware of, or like from an interest level, personally aware of how any fighting game works. From even the ones that are like have a ton of single player content, even the ones that go on to be super successful, like all this stuff, even like Smash Brothers to a certain degree, they're all designed with a very specific way. The fighting games are usually about multiple teams that are doing things, right? So you got one side that is like a battle team, and these are like the nerds. These are the fighting game nerds. These are the guys that love this shit. Frame data, Oki, like all this stuff. Combos, hit stun, block stun. These are the nerds, right? And they sit over here and they do their thing and they're just refining these characters and refining this system, and they just like move forward. On the other end, you got like several other teams that are doing things. Eventually, like single player teams that are figuring out story mode stuff. We're going to write the story. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. We're going to move forward and do our thing. Same thing for the other modes. They all are doing their thing. And eventually, like years pass. And like, so these got to connect now, right? We got to make sure that these all work together in like a cohesive way. This is the way every fighting game works, bro. They all just do their thing in parallel, and then they sort of meet in like sort of like the last few phases of the game, and it sort of comes together, and now we can do this stuff. Now it becomes like a game that is fully featured and has a bunch of single player content and is a great fighting game and online yada yada yada, right? So Virtua Fighter's not doing that at all. They're just not operating in the same way. And I specifically asked them about this, how most fighting game teams have like story teams and battle teams, and they work pretty independently, like until eventually like directors and producers have to make sure they line up and all the right stuff meets in the right ways for the vision. He pretty much said from the foundational part of the game, from like punch, kick, block to who's the main character, these guys were here like at the very beginning. So story and how combat works in story, how they want to depict combat from a story perspective, influences the design team that is designing the combat. The combat team is making combat things that is like cool, which also affects the story, which can literally affect how the story mode, how the narrative, how you can interact with the story, like from the very beginning. So that is night and day difference from any fighting game. Like this isn't a fighting game that has combat and combos and action, and here's all this stuff that you can do with it. No. From the very beginning, this is just a game. We do not separate the two. And that was the big thing that he was promoting, was that we are not looking at this as just being an arcade game. And he's like, I get it. Like a lot of the fighting game community and a lot of like the old heads that played VF are really concerned right now where they're asking me, and he's like, why aren't you showing us like matches and things like that? And he just said pretty much like, it's not ready yet. Like, it's not in a polished state where these things are being developed together and they're manipulating and things are changing each other as things move along. And they complement each other instead of them being two completely separate things where it's like, hey, I'm going to go to SGF and I'm going to play VF. And it's just like versus mode. And here's 3 characters and all that kind of stuff. And it's like the game is being developed in a different way than that. So it's very fascinating, like the way that things could happen from a story perspective of how cool fights can look in this story mode can literally directly affect how things look and operate within like the battle team and all that stuff. So they work together. That's bonkers. And that's why he was like apologizing that's not playable yet because of these reasons. The game is being developed like within itself. He also did say, when I was asking about like when's the first opportunity we can get some big breakdowns, actually see some unedited matches with people that kind of know how VF works. And he said not too far. He says he doesn't want to keep you guys waiting very long, but he really wanted to focus on a story and focus on selling you on the world of VF, what could be a new world of Virtua Fighter. And at that point, I had an opportunity to tell him that it was like, when he was getting questions from a couple of the dudes in the room, I was like, so there was a lot of concern, like from the visual of the game and the characters that we were seeing of like, oh, is this VF? Like, does this really line up with what VF is as a game? But then I told him, as soon as we saw the mural scene, with the main character and he's like shadow boxing the legends of Virtua Fighters, I told him it was maybe one of the most heartwarming things I've ever seen in a fighting game. And like across the board, like everybody just loves that. Like it feels like you guys genuinely understand this. And he was like, thank you very much. He's like, personally, I really appreciate that because he was the one that was pushing for that scene to be in the game, and it was very expensive. That's pretty chat. Everything in the industry is a struggle. Like, you got to understand that making anything happen, making anything actually make it into the game is a struggle. So he's like, there was a lot of like effort I had to put into getting the approvals to do like, is this worth it? It's going to cost so much money. Like, he pretty much echoed the fact that he's really glad that hit because he had a feeling it would. And he was like confident that like, this is part of the vision. We need to establish our world like this right here, right now. It's going to be expensive, but let's just do it. So yeah, there's clearly a lot of passion and a lot of reverence for VF here. Like these guys really get it. And they really give a shit. Another thing, and this one I like, another thing was, they started talking about controls. And they said, for the first time ever, this Virtua Fighter is not being initially designed for arcades. They couldn't talk if it was going to be of arcade versions in the future. One of the other dudes in the room actually had that question. We're like, oh, is this going to be like an arcade game? And he's like, we are not thinking about that right now. But he did say the number one priority of the game is pad. And Japanese devs use the term pad, so controller, right? Number one priority is controller. And technically, Virtua Fighter, from its inception, has never been controller priority, which is like, yeah, I guess that's true. Like Virtua Fighter always has been a PKG game, which is designed for an Astro cabinet. Like that's majority of its existence has always been kind of an arcade experience. So he wouldn't say directly how, but they are rethinking that process, that this is a controller dependent game. And the entire design aspect of everything in VF needs to revolve around that, okay? So yeah, that makes sense. It's like, cool. They're not adding extra buttons. They're not adding like a slow-mo. They're not adding a parry button. They're not adding like all this stuff. Like there is still ways to control it with like PKG. So it's like, okay, very cool. But an interesting thing he said is that he sees a lot of other games now that are having simplified control schemes. And he was asked that a few times already, like from Famitsu or other interviews. And he specifically was like, Virtua Fighter is already a very accessible game, right? From a control standpoint, it seemed like what he was trying to get at is that Virtua Fighter doesn't exactly need that. Like this is a game that we're designing to work on controller, and it already is simple and intuitive, like from its foundation. The other part he got into after that was that is the foundation that Suzuki-san like made for us back with the original VF. And there was also a story that very early in development, when this vision was coming online about this world and how everything works and how everything comes together, he said that they got a hold of Yu Suzuki like kind of as soon as possible. So they brought in the original guy that made VF. And Suzuki-san is obviously like, Yu Suzuki is one of the biggest legends in the industry. He pretty much gave us the early era Sega arcade era that is as wonderful as it is. So they brought him in early on, and he told them, this is also the guy that made Shenmue, right? And they got a lot of Shenmue comparisons, but they said they're not trying to make Shenmue. They do not want this to be Shenmue. Yu Suzuki said, this is what I always wanted Virtua Fighter to be. And at that point, he had like the director who has been working on this vision for a long time had like the biggest like sigh of relief, like, oof, okay, we're good. Like, oh man, like, as everyone deeply respects that dude. So yeah, I'm trying to think what else was covered in the interview. What else was there? Covered the modern thing, covered the game being developed like with the battle teams and like the story teams kind of in tandem, them assisting each other and helping each other as like a holistic experience. They say they have a lot more to show, and there is 3 more characters that are main characters outside of the main dude that we saw. So there is much more to be shown. Like, this is not all that the game is. And they did also lean into the fact that, as we predicted from the trailer, the story is mostly about the main characters like coming of age almost, where they're learning more about and their stories are intertwining and the narrative is moving forward. It's this like martial arts epic adventure, and you're going to be like learning from the masters. And in this world, they said specifically there's been 10 years since the last Virtua Fighter tournament. I think they used a decade as the descriptor. So not many people know who they are anymore. Like, they sort of like have aged out into obscurity, and they're just like a part of the environment. So you effectively get to run into them like they're the old masters, and they're going to teach the main characters in this specific, like, very much similar to a Street Fighter World Tour sort of thing. So yeah, they also talked about J6 and like the organization behind Doral and all that crazy stuff. Like, he also acknowledged that like Virtua Fighter really hasn't had a story. Like, he pretty much said that like there's not much of it. There's like certain events, but there's not much like of a foundation to build upon with the narrative of certain characters. So yeah, he pretty much said that the organization that was the big bad in the OGVF games is effectively like rendered asunder, like they're dismantled or something like that. And there's like new different threats in this story. So if you are curious about like the Virtua Fighter stuff that is happening like narratively, they said that they have a big story, like a very cool story that he thinks is really cool. So yeah, inspired by HBO Watchmen. He didn't say that during our interview. He didn't say that during my interview, but he did address the fact that most of these stories will interconnect and intertwine based on your decisions and how you move forward and what you do with the characters and what you learn and all that kind of stuff. The last thing I got to get an official answer on, which I think is pretty clear now that we've seen a bit more footage. I told him, since the very first Virtua Fighter, almost every 3D game followed suit with how the very first VF executed juggling and combos. Like, Virtua Fighter effectively created the juggle combo. Like, 2D games didn't have these nearly as much at the time, right? So Virtua Fighter creates this juggle combo where you're effectively zero gravitying the opponent barely off the ground and like 6 hits, but they're like 6 inches off the ground, like all this kind of stuff. And now we have seen that to varying levels and extensive levels in the Tekken series, and even Virtua Fighter 5 to a certain extent. And I asked him, it seems like there's a desire to move away from the juggle combo just based on the things that we've seen so far. Is that intentional? And they said that they're not it is not their intention just to change VF for the sake of changing it, where they want to give you like more juggle combos or less juggle combos. They're not thinking of it like that. They are approaching the game from a standpoint of realism. Like in the same way that RGG approaches Yakuza from a standpoint of a very realistic world, like a realistic world and setting with fantastical elements, right? That is the RGG DNA in the game. It's not going to copy what Yakuza does, but it is going to treat its characters and its world with realism. So things like moon jumps and things like crazy abilities and like fireballs and things, probably not going to make it. They want to make, and it's, as they were explaining, they want to make things as realistic as possible and ground you as much as possible in the world they're creating. So, yeah, it's very ambitious. And they said that the way combos look now was just the process that they went through when they were designing the combat systems, where it's like, so if we did realism now, not like VF5, not like 4, 3, 2, 1, right? If we did combos now, what would they look like? And they look like what we see now. They're like stun grounded combos where characters are effectively doing the same shit that they have done in VF5, but the way it looks is completely different. And they said the same thing with blocking, where they have like this flow blocking thing where the way blocking has historically looked in games has not been super satisfying, and they want to make blocking look really cool. They want to make every interaction look as cool and as realistic as possible. So it's a lot. It's a lot. That was about the extent of the interview. I think there's a lot more information that's come out over the past few days. It sounds insanely ambitious. I'd argue the only other game that I've heard with this level of ambition is technically Street Fighter 6, where like SF6 was really trying to get an expansive world tour mode where you can engage it as a single player and kind of separate your single player experience from your online experience, all that kind of stuff. But does it seem like it's still a long way off? It's coming out in 2027. I think it's got a general time frame now, right? Virtua Fighter is 2027, right, Chad? Am I thinking incorrectly? They gave us a time frame, so it's not that far off, right? It's out there, but it's not like way out there. What it sounds like is that if fighting games are going to be expensive, if fighting games are going to cost full price, then you got to make a whole ass game out of this. And it seems like this game understands that. This game really gets it. This isn't like some free-to-play game where you're going to engage with it a little bit here and you just want to do this. Like, no, the entire thing is a package that comes together. Like, this is a big thing now. So I just can't wait to see an unedited match. As the nerd, right? As the person that wants to really understand more about like the VF triangle and see how that's interacting with other characters and all that kind of stuff, which seems that it's all intact. It seems like the foundations of what make Virtua Fighter are all still there from the footage that they've shown. Yeah, this is up there with like potentially trying to beat out even what NRS is offering from their offering. So it's stupid ambitious. So everybody left the room, and then the Sega representative caught me as I was leaving, and Yamada-san wanted to give me something. So and I think this goes back a bit because I worked a little bit with Sega UK and the Sega dudes around Virtua Fighter 5 Ultimate release, and I just did it because I loved it. I just was like blown away that VF was coming back. So I did some like early pre-release like preview and stuff like that, some early feedback things. Right before Virtua Fighter 5 Ultimate came back, where it was like, oh my God, like this is crazy. And that was with like Aoki-san and stuff like that, right? So I just did that because I just wanted VF to find its audience, and it did. That did pretty well, which is amazing. And yeah, they were just aware of that. So I think that's why. I don't know if he's watching all the videos and stuff like that. So they were cool enough to, this is the first time I'm opening this. They were cool enough to give me this, which is pretty dang cool of them. These are like the developer controllers, the ones that they are using making the game, the ones that you see in the videos and stuff. So yeah, that's pretty nice of them. That's pretty nice of them to do that. I appreciate it. I'm just bewildered the fact that this is Virtua Fighter. Like, this is VF. Like, holy shit. That still blows my mind. This is like, to me, this is a Resident Evil 7 situation. This is that thing I've been describing over and over, chat, which is, you don't know what you wanted until you see it. Like, people don't generally know exactly what they want. They have an idea of what they want. They have an idea of what they want in their head. But until somebody makes something new, and then you realize, oh, this was what I wanted the whole time. Actually, this is what I wanted. And yeah, show it again. So I can't wait, dude. I just can't wait to play it. I just can't wait to see how it plays, because everything that they've done so far just looks so goddamn cool. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm on board. So that was it. That was a very cool start to my Summer Game Fest. It was a very neat beginning to this entire thing. So I also cannot believe that Aoki-san, right? I think it's Aoki-san. I hate if I'm messing up his name. The Virtua Fighter 5 producer, that Virtua Fighter 5 now went as far as it did with as much support as it got, right? Like, that's... Hi, Sega Zach. That's just bonkers. It's bonkers to think that Virtua Fighter 5 got updated like 15 years later, like, and got PC versions and got rollback netcode and became multi-platform. Like, it's bonkers to think that the catalyst was a free-to-play PlayStation version of Virtua Fighter 5 at the time, Virtua Fighter 5 Ultimate Showdown. And it was just like, maybe we can bring VF back in some way. And that was the beginning of all of this, dude. So cool. It's so goddamn cool. I want to play Akira so bad. I want to play Akira and Jackie, dude. Even I think Stella looks great. Like, I love her design. Oh my God, dude. She looks so cool. Characters' faces have so much personality, man. They have like detail. Like they look like people. Like, oh my God, dude. I love it. I fucking love it. Cielo, I really dig Cielo. Like, I like Cielo just as much, if not more, than Luke in some way, dude. Although very inspired by Luke. Alex is going to whoop my ass. Very inspired by Luke, you know? Like, they clearly used a bit of interpretation of what happened with Street Fighter. So. Day Zero main. Isn't he from Paraguay? There's a lot of like, it's a huge cultural mishmash kind of game. Oh, here's a crazy thing. There was an interesting detail about the world that they're building. There's like an election happening and a president, right? That is making the big event happen, like the big tournament happen. And there's a ton of crime and syndication and like crime all over the place in this world. However, there's an interesting detail. No guns. Like the president in this city, this like almost like fictional Kowloon sort of place, there's an element that was detailed, is that there's no guns. So there's a narrative reason why there is so much fighting in this world in general, why they like try to ground this thing so much, is that guns are punishable by death in this world of Virtua Fighter. So it's like, oh, okay, them like grounding why things are the way they are. So it was like fascinating. That's very fascinating. So anyway, Fisticuff City. Yeah, pretty much, right? I'm parched. Did I try Blood Message? I'd have to check to tell you if I even tried it. I'd have to check. Did I try it? I don't know. I have to go read some embargoes and stuff. Can I talk Alien Fireteam 2? It was great. I can't really tell you the specifics because I haven't played Fireteam 1, but they changed some stuff. The smart gun felt a little bit different. It functions a little bit different. Yeah. So it's great. It might be soon coming out. Like, no kidding. It might be like very close and across the, around the horizon. Like, it's not far away. It's in this summer. So Aliens Fireteam 2 was very fun. I didn't get to play Control. I wish I did. I don't even know if you'd be able to talk about it if I did or didn't. I don't even know. What's your top 5 most anticipated games announced this past week? Oh, shit, bro. I have to really think about that. That's taking too much brain power. That's taking way too much brain power right now. I want to play VF so bad. Is my bitch ass going to have to go to Japan? Like, really? Because I will. Is my bitch ass going to have to go to Japan to play VF? bro. Because obviously TGS is right around the corner, and this is going to be a big deal. It's going to be a big deal at Sega. Adventure? TGS is bonkers, dude. You think E3 is crazy? Dude, you do not understand Japanese people in that society. They will wait 12 hours to get one round of VF in. They will wait. They don't care. Like, it's crazy. They are very different. They are extremely patient. We love waiting in lines. It's, oh dear. Oh dear. I mean, I'm going to do whatever the hell it takes, but oh dear. So much. And yeah, I think there's been several pieces of footage. Hold on a second. On the last one that I can talk about, which is Crazy Taxi. I have to have my own personal disclaimer on the Crazy Taxi thing because of the goofy AI stuff, which really did not need to happen. Considering how much of it got replaced. Hold on a second. Let me... YouTube. Is there Crazy Taxi footage on other channels? Crazy Taxi footage. Announcement trailer. Damn, it's our videos from 6 years ago? Brother, give me a break. Hold on a second. Crazy Taxi gameplay? No, yeah, what is it this time? I mean, to be completely honest, like, what is happening with Crazy Taxi and its AI shenanigans, which it seems like, you know, they've been trying to fix for years, because that was years ago they did this. Almost that conversation has now shifted over to Kingdom Hearts. In case. I don't know what the fuck happened, dude. Donald with four fingers on one hand and 5 on the other and shit. And I'm like, what is this? What am I looking at? The latest Kingdom Hearts cover art has got like AI sign all over it. Yeah, either they upscaled the original artwork or something, and it's like supposed to be Nomura art. It's like, what the it's got, I don't think they used AI from the Foundation, but at some point somebody stuck that in there and it looks like that is weird. GameSpot, Crazy Taxi full game. Let me check this. Okay, popularity. Damn it, dude. This week? Who's got... GameSpot has some footage that they're working with. Gameplay reveal. Hey. So... what culture? You know what? There is some gameplay here. B-roll provided by Sega. I think I have some of this B-roll, but I have to like condition it. So yes, also got an opportunity to check out Crazy Taxi. And so I can preface this, right? Totally became aware of what's happening. There was also a clarification on what's happening with the AI stuff in the game. And just to express my disdain for the situation, I think it sucks that this is happening. I think there was a clear opportunity to avoid this, considering how little of it eventually makes it into the game, and the game does not even have it in the final game. It would seem to be a lot of efforts made on their end where they're like trying to make sure that none of it actually makes it into the game. So it's like, okay, cool. And they said from an ideation process, which sounds like they were trying to get budget, just from my perspective. It sounds like from the ideation process, which is not even conceptual, they were using ideation to like do environmental like placeholder stuff. And then they said, this is directly from the director, he said that even after that ideation process, they did location scouting after that, And then like the conceptual process of the game began. So they already went to all the locations that the game is going to be representing outside of like San Francisco. They went to several places and captured a whole bunch of reference material with like real things. And they were adamant that like the way the game is represented is made by human hands. I still hate the fact that this is in the conversation because it almost is like they couldn't have known this was going to happen because this was probably done a long time ago, probably back in like, 2022, if not earlier, before all of this shit really hit the fan with this Gen AI stuff. And it seems like they actively are aware that like this sort of like could have a stain on the game, and they were honest about it, and they made sure to be like, hey, full disclosure, at one point, yes, we use some of this stuff, but now we are making sure to try to like guarantee that everything was made by human hands. And again, I think it degrades it adds like a stain on that, the fact that so many people worked on this shit and are working on it, and like it makes their work feel less, which I think really sucks. This is why Gen AI sucks. This is why I am against it. This is why I don't like it. It devalues the efforts, and it sort of like poisons the well of what other people are working on. So anyway, feels like they pretty much know, and it's a thing that has been an initiative theirs, that any stuff past that ideation process isn't going to make it in the game. So it's like, okay, it's not the best case scenario. I already have my own things that I wanted to explain, and I literally talked to Sega employees about this stuff, and representatives that I know at Sega, and I pretty much told them how difficult this makes it for people like me, being absolute massive Crazy Taxi fans, that, for future Sega titles, if this stuff is utilized, letting them know that like this makes it difficult to try to be a champion of these games, right? Makes it very hard to be so directly enthusiastic about all of this when this is lingering, and it goes directly against like my ideals, like the things that I, very much have been against, and why it's making its way into the industry. So anyway, how is it still in the game? It's not. The current version of the game, from it, like I said, let's say the ideation process. So that's like pre-conceptual. So that's like, they're trying to get like, and this happens in like marketing and stuff, chat. They're trying to get like approvals to even make a game. And they used it for environmental, and they tried to create like imagery from an environmental standpoint and then move forward. And then it sounded like they maybe got budget or got the approval, and then everything was made by people after that. So it's like, okay, all right. I mean, that's good, but it still sucks that this is still in here. It's still technically a part of the whole project, but there's a part of me that is like, I appreciate that they said this. I appreciate that they were not trying to hide it. They even though it's not in the game, they still were honest about it, and they're like, listen, so this at some point happened. So anyway, the main Sega guy seemed to be very aware. Kano-san, who's like the OG Crazy Taxi guy, seemed very aware that they want to guarantee that everything is made by human hands by the game comes out. It's like, all right, sucks that this is here, but here we are. So anyway, Crazy Taxi. Now that we get that out of the way, and it'll be a thing that I'll constantly have to deal with in the entire enjoyment process that we have of this game. If it is really fun, because we did not get to play it, which sucks. It sucks that this the title was not playable. We could not drift. We could not drive. So it's like, this and Virtua Fighter had the same problem. But impressions, I saw this played in front of me. There was a whole spiel about like OG Crazy Taxi and the influence process and how the franchise had evolved and, what their plans were. This was the only game at this entire show, and in the first few seconds of like Axel boost driving down and flying over and doing stuff and taking the eventual downward slopes of the San Francisco city that we've been doing since 1999, I started audibly laughing out loud with the entire audience. It's fucking hilarious. So it functions, just from a base standpoint, it functions a lot different than OG Crazy Taxi. And I asked him about this. The way the taxi works now is a lot different. Like poles and phone booths and cars to a certain degree, and trucks especially, there were progress inhibitors, right? There were things in OG Crazy Taxi that just like, bam, dead stopped. You're cooked. And those were there because from an early standpoint, like by design, right? So immediately the thing I noticed is like the taxi's like a god now, right? Phone, like it isn't just phone booths, like poles and signs and parked vehicles and stuff. Like at times taxis just, if they're in a drift or in certain specifics, whoa, and there's just this absolute wave of destruction, you know, like Crazy Taxi, your relationship with the environment is that there's destruction all around you, you know, and you could cause a bit of chaos, but if you do that, you get stopped, right? So now it seems like the taxi's kind of all powerful. So I asked them about that, and it's like, it doesn't feel like nearly as many things from what we saw impede. The taxi is more a tool of destruction now. It reminds me of Burnout. And I'm like, oh, now I am the chaos, like the reaper of chaos. Before, it was weaving around all this stuff, right? And there's still reward for it. Crazy through, like getting as close to traffic and not hitting it. It gives you more reward. That was all still there. But my dude, when I started seeing what they were doing, they expanded so much about how like the world works. Like all the NPCs in the environment in the world, people aren't just standing around, they're like interacting with stuff. When you slide through things, there's like newspapers that are flying up all over the place when you hit like a newsstand or something like that. Food goes flying. Like there's so many weird, crazy physics things that are happening as you're like flying through. The one that killed me as we were like all giggling at like all the bonkers stuff that the people are saying to you. You hear people screaming out, "You're crazy!" Like all these like new crazy like things that happen differently than before was something else. Like it was making me laugh out loud. Like it was bringing me the kind of like joy that I remember from like old Sega games that were just so ridiculous, like rail chase and shit like that. Not like Virtual On, where like, this is so cool, but like Daytona USA levels of just like, man, this has some 90s funk around it, dude. This definitely feels like how did this get made? Like, how did they even get to a point where they're like, we're going to make an open world Crazy Taxi game where you can like do missions and fulfill objectives and level up, but then go on the clock and begins. And it's like, that's weird. That's crazy. And that much less, we only saw one level. We only saw San Francisco. But it has this like absolute goofball energy, The part that got me was when he gets to the bottom, right? You get to the bottom of San Francisco and you get the normal spot where you drop off that one dude. Just talking about from a presentation standpoint, and the beach is littered with people. It looks like a GTA 6 beach. There's just like chicks in bikinis and families and dudes and so many people like on that beach where there's like a couple in the OG Crazy Taxi. So there's just like hundreds of people as our dude is trying to get this guy to his destination, just drifting through with fire. The entire beach is like, ah! Like every single person screaming for their lives, jumping out of throwing up their towels and shit. Fucking pandemonium. Like everybody in the room was like laughing, like this is so ridiculous. Like this is something else, dude. So it was a lot different than how simple and how focused like OG Crazy Taxi is, because you're just so used to that being the way it was. And you start thinking of like from a modern perspective, like you really start populating all this area with a bunch of crazy shit that you technically can interact with, and you are a tool of chaos, like absolute chaos. I did notice that at times like there's a nitrous in the game now. There's like a boost meter. The boosts seem to get you through traffic a bit easier. So again, I asked the developers about this. I'm like, the taxi seems like a tool of chaos that not much gets in its way now. So like, was that an intentional design, or was it something that you knew that old Crazy Taxi wouldn't resonate as much with like a modern audience? And he pretty much said that like, yes, like the core gameplay foundation has changed a bit because in OG Crazy Taxi, a lot of stuff impeded and stopped you. And they made it so that it was hard to move forward in many situations without deep knowledge of how the game works, right? And he's like, if we designed a game like nowadays like that, like nobody's gonna play it. Like this guy Kano-san was like very funny and very coy about this. He's like, nobody's gonna play this. So they put in systems that will still block you and you have to get around, and there's still incentive to move around those things, but your ability to barrel through and become an instrument of destruction with the taxi is much more obvious now. And I think like you can see this a little bit in some of the footage, that the taxi and its physics and interaction with the environment is a lot different than OG Crazy Taxi. The things I didn't see is that they were doing boosts and stuff like that, but I didn't see any reverse drive, like mechanic stuff. But they did say, I asked about jumping and things like that. Like, would jumping be an element that is going to come back in some way? And he said they couldn't comment on that at this time. That like, just wait till the game comes out, like kind of thing. There was a lot of stuff that they couldn't speak on too heavily. So, yeah. Like, I think there's going to be a bit more mechanical complexity to stuff as it plays out. This is one of those things where it's like, yeah, some of the elements are in place. It looks like it's functioning a lot different. So you really need to like play it. I really need to get my hands on this to see like how it works. Dude, one of the coolest parts was that you have like the world map when you're off the clock, and you can choose between morning, noon, sunset, and nighttime. I think there was 4 different times a day, so at any point you can just change the entire environment to be like Sega Blue Sky to effectively like Scud Racer nighttime, which is pretty sick. Simmons also had a really good question of the game's visual style of like emulating the old Crazy Taxi, which very much has the look of old Sega, like classic Sega games. And he kind of said that like, yeah, that like it wasn't the exact intention to look exactly like the old one, but he said they needed to have the saturated colors. This needed to be a very colorful game that like catches your eye, similar to the way that old Crazy Taxi was kind of designed. So yeah, this is coming from the same dude that literally designed and directed the original like Crazy Taxi. So yeah, like, I don't know. I think there's a lot of things in here I'm very excited about. They talked about customization. They talked about like multiple levels. They talked about these races. They talked about like all the different things that you'll do to like level up your taxi or your profile or whatever. So there's like so much more interaction outside of just the typical stuff. And they didn't even get a chance to really highlight or discuss multiplayer very much, like how multiplayer works. And then they showed like more goofy minigame shit. And like he kind of described as like, we want to add just things that'll make people happy, like goofy things. So he showed us this fisherman quest, and you pick up a guy that's a fisherman, and he's like asking for help. He's trying to catch a big fish. So you go with him to the dock, and as you go to the dock, a mini game starts, and the mini game is like a practice of how the mechanics work. So you do crazy dash towards the end of the dock, and you have to stop as close to the end of the dock as possible. And the fisherman goes, "Huh!" and throws the line out, and you have to reel. So you have to do crazy backdash and crazy boost, and a little bar shows up on the screen of like you having to like reel, and he's like forward, back, forward, back, forward, back, and then the guy pulls out like a squid or like a puffer fish, and then he tries it again and he gets like a shark. So I'm like, this is so goofy old shit. Like this is so like this is just here to make you laugh. Like it you don't see games like this that much nowadays, especially like relatively bigger budget games that try to do this. This footage doesn't necessarily look good. The footage that I saw, the game running at like 4K, it looked pretty nice. It was on the PC version, I believe. So anyway, what bugs me the most is that I am really excited about it. It's something that, as much as I would like to be like an official representative of this game in some way and bring Crazy Taxi to the masses, I'm gonna have to engage with it in different ways than I probably normally would have, because of all the AI-ness that has surrounded it, and it became a topic of AI conversation, and I really hate that. I really hate that there's a game that came back and I'm pretty excited for. But unfortunately, even though it's not making it into the final game, there is still this part of the conversation. I just wish that didn't have to be the case. So kind of like moving forward, just to let you guys know, and I've already made this decision, similar to how everyone can choose to do something about this. I chose to tell the developers that you know, this isn't okay, and that if future games do this, they're just going to run into the same stigma. It just creates a bad environment pre-release. It makes it hard to support it, and it makes it like hard to like fully defend it because this stuff is here. The game looks great. I think it looks really fun. Everything about it looks incredibly engaging to me, but it's just something that I'll just play it and I'll treat it like any other game and I'll enjoy it. But am I going to go out of my way to be like a big crazy taxi defender, if not an official representative, or go to things or be a sponsored by? I've already declined any opportunities. So it's just the way it is, you know. I'm just not going to people would want me to disavow everything completely. I understand, but I am a video game streamer, so I can do what I can do in protest of this stuff. And I just hope that in future games it is cleared up in some way. That's it. Anyway, I'm really looking forward to Crazy Taxi. I want to play it. It can actually not play good. Like legit, like everything looks really good. It could just not play particularly well. Like it might not feel good on the sticks when you eventually play it. I hope it does. You see how like you bash cars like they're nothing? Dude, what the hell? I hope it just plays great and it has a ton of like the mechanics all line up and all this cool stuff. I really do. By the way, shout out to, this was What Culture Gaming's video for Crazy Taxi. They had a bunch of B-roll. I'm very much anticipating like how does it actually feel, and then I can give you guys some true impressions on what the hell's going on and how it plays. But I'm still very excited. Yeah, and I cannot believe that like Crazy Taxi actually came back in all of this stuff. It looks too slow. Hope they speed it up. Yeah, it's because they're doing like regular drive boost, right? You notice they're like, I don't know if there is a mechanic like this in the game, but they're not doing reverse drive boost. I don't know what it's called. There's like crazy boost and there's even crazier boost. They're doing like just a boost button that is not the nitrous, right? It's not nitrous. They're doing a different one, which it looks like maybe it's just drive gas. I don't know, but they're not doing reverse drive gas, which historically gave you a much bigger boost, right? That did a lot more before. Personally, I'm more interested in Star Wars Burnout. This is, to be real, this is a lot closer to Burnout than I thought it was going to be. Weirdly enough, it doesn't have the insane speed of Burnout, but like the way that you engage with traffic and like plow through the city kind of stuff is like, huh, interesting. The car looks like more uncontrollable animation wise too. Hate that Butch swinging into big turns. No, dude. Straight up, the dev that I saw playing this game was like ballet dancing around the city, like bonkers level of car control. I was like, what? Like car control, the likes of which maybe too much, where I was like, oh my God, dude, like, holy shit. So yeah, like I saw somebody that was actually good at this. It was significantly better looking than any of this footage. You have to take my word for it, but the people that were good at this, like the designers, were playing it, and it was like, holy shit, like literally ballet dancing, like reverse boost, like he did fucking bonkers shit where the thing was behind him, immediate reverse boost, full speed, flip the fucking car around, brrr, fire is everywhere, goes through traffic, and I'm like, what the holy shit, dude. Like it was stuff like that, like where they choreographed this a little bit. But like some of those moments, I'm like, I have not seen that level of car control. Like it's like crazy turn and all that shit. But it almost looked like there was too much control of the car. Like they were weaving in between like really crazy shit. So if there's no reverse drive boost, it's really not the same. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like we need to play it. We need to play it. I asked about mechanical complexity, and they said they're like waiting on talking about some of that stuff, like even like jumping and things like that from Crazy Taxi 3. They're waiting to discuss that. So I hope so. I think they know that we like execution. Like Crazy Taxi with execution is actually one of the things that makes it genuinely cool. Like that there's a little bit of an extra level. I think they want to give everybody the ability to go fast and be powerful. You know, from a game design perspective, that makes sense to me. They want you to feel like the taxi has the ability to like move around and shit. But the difference between the gameplay here and the gameplay that I saw in front of us was vastly different. where it's like, holy shit, dude. Like the director was playing and he was like driving around and showing off some stuff. And then after like a minute or two, and he's like, okay, so I'm actually not very good at my own game. Let me put it into the hands of like our designer. And the guy took it immediately, like the car immediately, like full speed drift. Like he was taking the vehicle sideways. Like somehow he was able to take the taxi and immediately go sideways through the whole fucking street, blasting every car out of the way and immediately stop and like shift in the other direction. Then flow. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, wow. Okay, that's a lot of control. That's a lot. Suddenly it's Baby Driver or some shit. I'm like, this is something else. This is something else. So anyway, I dig it. Yeah, I'm a fan. It's just I hate it. Like I hate it that like every single time there's something cool about this game and some neat thing that was literally made by human hands and literally years of work and ingenuity, it's plagued by the little bit of period of time in its early development where they used AI for some stuff, for environmental assets. I fucking hate it. Like it I wish I can just be super emphatic and happy about it, because now it feels like anytime I talk positively about it, it's me trying to like upsell AI. And it's like, well, I'm just going to be on, you know, the AI grifters hate train that like, what's your problem? And I'm going to be on the infinite AI haters hate train as well, because like you're an apologist. And it's like, I wish this didn't happen. Just really wish this shit didn't happen. Will this hinder you when you play the game when it comes out? I mean, I'll still play it. They did the same thing that kind of still had me give credit to games like Expedition 33, where this was like the same shit. Expedition 33 had like went through the exact same process early in development, and then some of that stuff accidentally made it into the game until they replaced it. But yeah, Expedition 33 used AI from like an ideation standpoint and early conceptual until they hired people. So don't like it. I don't like it. Does it change my feelings of the game? No, it was still my game of the year, but I don't like it. I mean, it'd been so much better if you just didn't fucking do that. Like this would be so much. If none of it makes it into the game, and even from like a super early standpoint, did it even save that much time? Did it even save that much money? That is what, is this worth the fucking headache? That is what I kind of wanted to communicate to the people that I knew at Sega. And they were very receptive. Like, we understand. Like they were not like upset that I felt this way, that kind of stuff. They very much were like, yeah, the final product is not going to be reflective of any of this. Like it will not, everything in the game is made by human hands. And it's like, okay. I mean, it's the best case scenario of what could happen as a result of there already being this shit present from the start. So anyway, I hate this Gen AI shit, dude. And I think chat, just based on what happened with Kingdom Hearts, just based on where things are going forward, I think we're in for a rude awakening. And I think there's a reason for it. Like moving forward with games that are like coming out. I think a lot of developers have already done this stuff, and now they're like trying to go back and fix it because it has soured as time has gone on. Like, as an example, the stuff that they did here was years ago, like long time ago, like back potentially before that trailer first happened at like the Game Awards 2023 or some shit. Like they did this at an extremely early time and then didn't. And it's almost like as time went on, they saw how like toxic this shit is and how like maybe not even as cost efficient or helpful it really is. But there probably was a very big initiative from many aspects of the industry, especially overseas, to use this stuff, to like find a way to use it, like, you know, find a way to make like, so the rough part, and we're seeing it in a few other games nowadays that are getting announced, and it makes sense because that was right around when this Gen AI stuff really started being a thing, like an actual like usable tool that like these people could actually use in some of these situations. And now those games are going to start becoming a reality. And this situation specifically felt like the weird thing for Crazy Taxi is that they did not have to, right? Like none of the AI shit eventually made it into the final game. And there's not even a disclaimer from Steam that you have to specifically execute on that disclaimer in some way, right? So it was literally unnecessary. Like they could have avoided this entire situation and said nothing and nobody would have thought anything about it because all of it got replaced and shit. And it was super early. So it's like, so they almost like got ahead and were honest about it. Like they wanted to like be extremely transparent that like, this is what happened. No, and I'm not saying blissful ignorance. I'm not saying I wanted them to lie. I'm saying that they already are acting in technical good faith here, like aware that this stuff upsets a lot of people and it's not necessarily like super beneficial, especially in the West. Like we just test this shit, dude. Like this never makes us feel good. And it always like makes it come with caveats and shit. It sucks. Like it just doesn't, you don't feel good. Like, you can just feel great, but now you feel great with an asterisk. Like this sucks. Like it, especially from a content creation standpoint, it big sucks, as I have been like aggressively against this shit for the longest time. So I appreciate Sega being honest about it. I appreciate the fact that they went out of their way and the shit is not going to be there in the final product. That makes me feel better. Does it mean that I'm content? Does it mean that I'm like, this is fine and chill, bro. This is cool. We can do this movie. No. Like every single time the developers had questions, every single time they were asked about this AI shit. And I went directly to all my friends at Sega and told them that like, this makes it really hard. Like, especially from my perspective, like I'm not really into this. And I think what you guys are doing is great. I can feel two different things at the same time, but it makes it extremely difficult to not have like a cloudy sky around anything that has this stuff around it. So anyway, it is what it is. I just wish it wasn't there. And I just wish it goes away. That's it. I think the game looks great. Like it was the only game of the show. I literally like, it made me feel joy. Like I just looked at it and I'm like watching it being played. And I feel like I'm 16 years old again. And that's like some of the highest praise. It would probably, if it played as good as it looked, it might end up being my game of the show. It might, but I didn't play it. So it doesn't get that high of a regard. It was unplayable. So it definitely, with the music and everything kicking in and it looking like the way it does, I was like, damn, dude, this is crazy. Taxi. This is, and then all the goofy, like, just because it's stupid. Look how stupid this is. Like, and we're putting it in the game, like ideas like Crazy Taxi style. Oh, also, they specifically said they are not talking about brand association and licensing. They're not discussing it at this time. That was it. And they're unable to take questions on it. And there is nothing to discuss on whether or not we're going to go to the Pizza Hut or Take Me to the Tower Records or let's get freaky at the Shake Shack. Like that was not a thing that was in like the game right now. They're not talking about it. So that's it. Music licensing? No, that's different. Music, they're just like, no, we have Bad Religion. We have all the songs. Like they said they have all the music. Like they're doing that. But a big part of Crazy Taxi historically has had the greatest brand association of any game ever, because in Crazy Taxi they tell you to take them to places. Take me to Taco Bell, motherfucker. Like take me to Pizza Hut, take me to the Levi's store. Like people need to go places. So old Crazy Taxi games have a ton of brands. Take me to the KFC and shit. Like yeah, like it's a big and it feels like naturally holistic. In other games where it's just like billboards all over the place, it feels shitty. But for some reason, like product placement in Crazy Taxi is like a part of the game. So people had questions about that. Like, oh, so is there like, are we going to go places, like real places and shit? It's kind of nostalgic. Yeah. So anyway, there's like an opportunity for that to hopefully exist. I really hope so. But they're not discussing it right now. It's not a thing that they're really getting into. Maybe substitute product placement with collabs. Take me to the Sonic Adventure store. Take me to the virtual on robot shop? Take me to the virtual cop police department. Hey, damn. Now we got some ideas. Take me to Ryo Hazuki's Forklift Fest? Damn. I like it. I like it. Ryo Hazuki's Take me to Bone Village. No! God, no! Oh, yeah, there was crazy underwater shit as well. I don't know if I mentioned that. When the guy was like drifting like a madman across the beach and shit, there was the dude was going underwater. So there was like people that you can pick up that were like snorkeling underwater and stuff, and that you can literally like get in the fucking car. He was like like he was like talking underwater. It's so goofy. So it was very funny. Yeah, I just want to see more. Never going to get around the AI thing, but I'm still glad it exists. You know, I just hope that future games that are like this don't have to deal with it, and they can hopefully avoid it moving forward. It's not worth the headache, bro. Trust me, it wasn't worth it. Like, it seems like almost even from the developer's perspective, they're like, really shouldn't have done that. But to be completely honest, there's no way they could have predicted the future. There really wasn't. Like, I almost don't blame them. I appreciate their efforts in trying to rectify the situation, is all I think it is. Because, like, the ethics of Gen AI has become certainly more apparent over the past year, especially. It's always been sour, but from nowadays, it's like, now we really know how bad this shit is. And it's like, extra fucking bad, even from an environmental standpoint, like extra bad. So they couldn't have known all this was going to happen at that time, like 2-3 years ago when they were doing this shit. They couldn't have known. So anyway, that's the thing, is that I appreciate them being honest about it, and I appreciate them doing their best to make sure everything that makes it into the final game, they can't undo the past, is made by human hands, you know? Anyway, that's my take on that. Planet's dying, Bert. Planet's dying, Bert. But where's Tupac? Oh, I also played that. Yeah, I don't even know if I can talk about that yet. Hold on a second. Hold on a sec, chat. Can I? I don't even think I can. I'll wait. I don't think I can. Probably can't. I think it's maybe tomorrow or the day after. Yeah, I'm good on the Virtual Fighter stuff. Nope. I'll talk about that later. I'll talk about that later. Other games that I played. So everything's got different timing. Like, that's the problem. Everything's got different timing. It's okay. You can tell us. We'll keep it a secret. Tupac jokes are disrespectful. No shit. Like, you don't think Tupac just walking in a modern day video game in 2026 isn't disrespectful? That's the joke, man. The joke is that it's like, wow. 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 That's crazy. That's a choice. You do you. Like, all right. All right. How do we know he didn't come back to life? Exactly. Maybe he came back to life. Maybe they're like, maybe his digital existence is now like he's actually alive. Maybe they created life and they chose to make Tupac. Damn. Good choice. A good choice. But they stuck him in the 1920s or some shit. Damn. Slightly disrespectful. He'd probably want a cell phone. Let him have a cell phone. Sounds like a Ghost in the Shell plot, like a hologram that gains sentience. Yeah, wasn't that Ghost in the Shell the movie? Wasn't that either the movie or one of the episodes in Ghost in the Shell standalone complex? Anyway. Yeah, I really want to Stranger Than Heaven definitely looks like the Yakuza game that I would want to get into, like the natural spiritual reset where you don't need to be directly associated with any of the other games. You can kind of jump into this one. That seems to be like what that game is designed like. That game is designed to, we can just go from here. Like, I don't need to be like, I don't need to know what happened in Yakuza 0 Kiwami, butt fighter. Like, I don't need to know that. I can just jump in here and go from this point forward. Here, Butt Fighter was really good. Really good. Yakuza -1 0 Kiwami edition. Anyway. What else from SGF? I think that's it. I think I'm ready to just like waste myself away for these last hours. Talking about FF7? I think so. Many other things, chat, we might have seen or discussed, and I cannot have discussions on them yet. They are embargoed. So, yeah. Unfortunate. But there's some other stuff that I played, some other stuff that I saw that I'm looking forward to talking about. So, Final Fantasy VII Revelation. We've probably seen this more than enough, right? Holy shit, dude. Where do I even start? Is there like a compendium? Because Hamaguchi is like talking about New Game Plus and stuff like that. Like he's discussing so much that it's insane. We need to start like diving into all of like the juicy info. Audrey has a lot of that stuff. Let me see if I can find a good starting point of where to move forward. We're going to have to get into a big FF7 YAP because since my interview, which, is documented, my questions were so softballed, dude. Like, I thought this was going to be a typical Japanese, like, kind of interview where normally they never talk about things that aren't announced yet. So I really wanted to dive into the inner meaning of why they did the things that they did and what's going on. And I realized how softballed my interview questions were because I didn't want him to just say, sorry, can't answer that. Sorry, can't answer that. I wanted him to actually be able to answer stuff. And holy shit, I realize immediately as he starts talking to everybody else that he's just answering everything. And I'm like, I am such an idiot. I should have asked him about when you max out materia, is there materia birth? I should have asked him, hey, you know how in remakes or rebirth, like certain combat materia became core mechanics in the next game? Is there any combat materia that we can expect that'll become core mechanics in part 3? Like, I didn't answer no good questions at all. I'm glad they were okay at the time, but now there's so much more stuff. It's insane. Hold up. Let me check one spot. You had only a few hours? Yes. I know. At least, no, I had a good question with the Chocobo stuff. Like, him telling us that there is no Chocobo breeding. And I kind of saw this coming a few months ago. We talked about this. Like, oh, they're going to have the breeding. They're going to have a bird, and that's going to turn into a super bird. So Pico is going to be the hero Chocobo that'll probably go out and meet other Chocobos and learn from them, because we already see Pico doing the blue Chocobo stuff. So it's like, oh, okay. That's cool. It's still the same process, right? Like, that's the whole point of Chocobo breeding, is to get the chicken that eventually does the extra thing. It's just that we're going to have to buff out Pico in some way, get him to probably have to race him and do all the same stuff. Like, most likely have to go get, dude, I just realized you can have all the cool interactivity of the Chocobo breeding elements like finding the right greens, doing the right races, like all that kind of stuff to make him buff out and get better at learning stuff. You can still do most of it. The one thing I hope doesn't go away is the RNG of it. There's something about the Chocobo breeding RNG that makes it fascinating. Like, I hope they keep that. Like, I hope that there is some RNG element to like learning things on the chicken and like finding or growing in some new ways. Like, I still enjoyed like the RNG aspect to Chocobo breeding in some way where it's not all entirely controlled. I don't know. We'll see. You low-key hated that? Yeah, it could make it take a long time or a short time. It all depends. There's ways to manipulate it, you know? Hold up. Give me a good starting point. Did you ask about PC foliage physics? No, I did not. Like, the questions that I asked are documented, brother. Good sound. Good sound. Pudding. Yo, what's up, Baby Seal? Trying to find if this stuff is compiled in a... Damn it! Bitch! Enjoy this sound, chat. Now, sucks there's now more Final Fantasies that were announced since this all happened, or happened. Page 5. Really in this thread. Hold up. Do I have to get into this big ass thread to find this shit on Era? Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Get rid of this, bro. No. Damn it. There's no compilation. I need... Somebody must have documented this shit and wrote it all down. Hamagachi linked a lot of his interviews on Twitter. Right, but again, if there is so much interviews, we're just going to be reading interviews all night. Like, all fucking night. I need to get a place that has, like, compiled some of this information in some way. And I've seen it. I'm trying to find it. I think Audrey might be one of the best resources, or Genki. Hold up. Let me check. Just read all of them. Of course, Audrey's losing her mind because Kingdom Hearts came back. All right, hold up. I'm a detective. Here, let me run this in the background.
As we reunite with our heroes, the meteor looms in the skies above, a constant reminder of your mission and the grave threats you'll confront as you embark upon your journey.
Check Reset Era has a summary. I couldn't find it. What's the thread called?
Aboard the highway.
I have a link with a compendium of posts. How can I send it to you? Hit me up on Twitter or...
You'll take to the skies and witness our most expansive open world yet.
Twitter's probably the best bet.
Of Midgard, to the sun-drenched Medeal Archipelago, to the warrior nation of Wutai. Simply pick a direction and set sail.
Just at me on Twitter.
Expected to protect the whole world at once.
Shinra Archaeology on Blue Sky also has all of the info. Okay.
No way, no how.
Don't worry. These parachutes are top of
You
the
retweeted me a thread on Twitter. Thank you, Strife. Let me check it
You'll
out.
be floating through the air like a feather.
At any moment in the open world, simply pilot the Highwind to your destination and take a leap of faith. The with the wind rushing past, you'll descend seamlessly from the sky.
So, just talking about what we're seeing here, based on the information present, I think this is the first place you parachute into. Just going to throw that in there. I think like you can go to specific places and do specific things, but the game's going to sort of coerce you on like an objective. And the objective is going to be to land in the Medial Archipelago, right? So Medial will probably be like the first goal. Talking from a bonkers theory standpoint, this happens like 5 to 6 hours into the game. So chat, just throwing out how crazy this could get. You're going to be separated from Cloud most likely in the story. So when you go here, just throwing it out, when you go here and you eventually get to Medial, there's all these reports of a spiky-haired soldier and a sword. And like Tifa freaks out and hears about it. And you go and check on the dude and who's in Medial. And it ain't Cloud. What if it's Zach? Oh shit. We'll see. It's Kunsel. That's what it is. We shall see. Stop. Just stop. I'm just already the theory crafting is happening. Let's get some actual information. I'm entering my Krusty the Clown phase. It's gacked. Oh no. You wonder if they'll add this underwater stuff with the sub? Bitch, I have good news for you. Tagged you in a recent Genki one. Thank you. Hold up. Oh, it's a compilation. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. This is on Quim. Okay, so Final Fantasy Forum. Holy hell. This is wonderful. Jesus Christ. Thank you to Forum. Damn, I love forums, chat. God damn, do I miss forums. Holy shit, it worked. So yeah, like a ridiculous amount of interviews. This guy has been interviewed like crazy. He's just been yapping for 3 days straight. And here's sort of a compilation of it. This is the stuff that was from, if you guys happen to miss, like, so let's just start going over it. If you happen to miss my stream, what you missed was confirmation of the old maps from Rebirth are going to look different. Yes, like we see this in some of the trailers when the characters are sort of like parachuting in screenshots. Yeah, the world is already like twisted and deformed in some ways. Let me resize it a bit. Yeah. The world's already like twisted and deformed. So yeah, if we go back to the grasslands, if we go back to older locations like Gongaga, they even said like Gongaga has changed a lot. Like, so it's like, oh, wow, cool. So everything's going to be there. Like all that shit is there, but it's going to be different and you engage with it differently. Yeah, I'll link to this so you guys can have it. Bink. There you go. Bink. There you go. So yes, the exploration is indisputably more expansive than Rebirth. Chocobos can fly around and freely explore vertically. That's an ability they eventually get. God damn, Jacob. Thank you for the $100. Holy shit. Holy shit. I have nearly my FF7 series replay, OG, remake, intermission, Crisis Core, and Advent Children. The only Rebirth left. I can't wait for you to give all into the interviews and deeper into the trailers. FF7 is the best. God damn, Jacob. Thank you, man. Energy is feeling pretty good right now, dude. Energy is pretty high. They're operating within the same combat system for weapon battles. That's what they confirmed to me. Like the combat isn't changing a ton in the core gameplay. The same combat system for weapon battles. They have unique mechanics and gadgets included in the battle. It's my hope that weapon battles will have unique gimmicks that Chadley apparently helps you out with. But I hope it is the full realization of the Bahamut fight in Final Fantasy VII Advent Children, where it's like the entire team is working together. Like, you know, chat, how there was always like a hope where it's like, oh man, I wonder if we can have all the characters like actually available to help us in a fight. And it seemed like that's not the case. The team is still a three-point character team with like your backline. That's like, yeah, okay. But dude, like actually utilizing the full team of the entire roster of Final Fantasy VII, I'm like, so what is the best opportunity to do that? And it's like, maybe that's in the weapon fights. I really hope so. That's not news. That's my hope. That is my hope. Each character has initially 4 fits and a skill tree. So each fit, like class, has abilities that you can learn in different customization. I'm sorry, different costumes, but more on costumes later. Chocobo breeding is now gone, and in favor of it, you're going to be helping Pico grow, which is a lot different, and I'm curious how it's going to be. The day-night cycle will be story-focused on story progression, which I hope just means that we're not going to get as much stuff that is like always in the daytime. Like, I hope there is more changes to the day-night cycle, because we see very little of it, dude. Like, it only happens like kind of like once at the beginning of the game when you're going from the Crystal Caves to Junon. So everything else is mostly daytime lighting until you go indoors. So I hope so. I hope so. Reunion was not on the list of 3 titles being considered. Nomura chose Revelation. Cool. Title Revelation is the answer for all questions that the players may have. Yeah, the Sephiroth voice actor has been recast to Travis Willingham. We know that. So, the black materia is activated at the beginning of the game. And this was like, this had to be clarified later on. There was a period of time, if you're confused about this, there was a period of time where we thought after day 1, dude, like, wait a minute, what? Like, the game opens with Meteor is summoned and like Tifa and Barrett wake up in Junon? Like, what? Like, are we doing indirect storytelling here? Probably not. This is clarified a bit later that you get the high wind 5 to 6 hours in. And for anybody that knows, the attack on Junon leads to you getting the high wind. So there's a lot of stuff. There is several hours dedicated at the beginning of the game for events to take place. So they might just beeline, we'll talk about this in a bit, this was Nico's theory, they might just beeline forward the Northern Crater and have some other things saved for later. We'll see. Let's move forward. Chadley has a base and is conducting research on Meteor. Apparently this base is on the actual airship, right? Apparently this base is on the airship. Chadley has an important part related to the main story. More on Chadley later. If you're sounding nervous after hearing this, I understand you. If some of you are nervous, I get it. But trust, later it gets better. From GameSpot, Vincent's able to transform into beast mode at any time, so you don't have to do crazy stuff. He's like a multi-transforming kind of character. Sid is all about air attacks and air combos. Building upon existing foundation and then evolving it is what they created. Ability to customize and play characters in different ways. So it feels like the core combat mechanics. Thank you, Zycon. Hold on a second. Thank you very much. It feels like the core combat mechanics are going to be kind of similar to Rebirth, but more ways to play, you know? Like every character is going to have 4 different jobs that you can learn cool things on. So it's like, oh, okay. So it's like one character is kind of like 4 different characters. So more freedom to choose how you want to play each character instead of just attaching materia. So it's like, okay, that's a good idea. I think that's honestly a good idea because in my brain, I'm like, dude, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth already has so many mechanics, right? It's like a very mechanically dense game. It's practically a fighting game. How do you expand on that? There's only so many buttons on the controller, my dude. And it makes sense that they're not really. They are going to make it so that in the menus before will change how they play. Good choice. Actually, they get variations now. That's a good choice. Mini games are now optional. Straight up. So now there's a skip button for mini games. I hope there is a reward for finishing them. I hope so. I hope there is like a reason to finish them. I'm still going to play them all, of course, but for the people that don't want to have to deal with them, yeah, apparently they're going to be skippable. Homage weapons and how to present and scale them. Interesting. Remake series concludes with Revelation. Yeah, we heard fans wanting to explore the side stories of other characters and or other parts of the story. It's interesting because we wanted to conclude this as soon as possible and efforts are focused on that. So they're talking about like DLC stuff. So they did not do that. They focused on part 3. This is from Automaton. Thank you. Thank you. I'll read these in a second. Thank you, Starkiller. Appreciate it, dude. So from Automaton, the trailer itself focuses a lot more on the game systems and what they're trying to express through the game itself, what you can actually do in the game and how deep it's going to go. The open world is now spanning the entire planet. Depending on what the player chooses to engage with first, the way their adventure unfolds can differ significantly. And this sort of boils back to the idea that there will likely be missable things, that there is incentivization to play Final Fantasy VII Revelation maybe multiple times, that you might not get everything, that like you just, unless you're like sharing information and trying to find stuff, which is what's eventually going to happen. If you play it straight shot, there's a very like most likely a low likelihood that you're going to get everything or discover every boss or do all that kind of stuff. So it's like, all right, that's exactly what I wanted. Let's move on. The entire world is connected from the start. Fly the Highwind anywhere. And just to speak on this personally, I still thought the Highwind, Junon, and the Northern Crater events, I was completely wrong on this. I thought they were going to save that for the middle of the game. And it would be more of like the most dour part of the experience. Chat, no joke, they are frontlining the weirdest part, one of the most mysterious parts of Final Fantasy VII Revelation, to the beginning of the game. So the beginning of the game, because we have to get the Highwind, which is post the crater, after the black materia is delivered, all that kind of stuff, that is being beelined to the front, which has the most mystery. And like, they don't want Cloud to probably be delusional for too long. So it's like the first 5 hours of the game, Cloud's going to be a delusional dickhead losing his mind, eventually, you know, succumbing to Sephiroth and shit. And then the party's going to get completely like screwed up. So yeah, they probably did not want you running around as Psycho Cloud for too long. But that leaves bigger questions. What about the Icicle Inn? Like, what about the Icicle Inn? What about snowboarding? What about the caves? What I like those, the barren snowland, right? Like, I like all the stuff that leads to the that part of the game. I think that's really cool. It feels like a big adventure. And Nico, who had a great idea, maybe they just are front loading the Northern Crater at the start. Like maybe possibly the tiny Bronco crashes or something and gets you really close, and then it's all about all the crazy reveals. And then later on in the game, when you have to go back up there, that's when you revisit some of those locations. Like, okay, I could see it. Maybe the prologue of the game, like all the other ones, maybe the prologue of the game is no shit the beginning. Maybe that begins the game with like a wild ass beginning. That's a bonkers ass start to the game, dude. Like, holy shit. So we'll see. I don't know. We'll see how they fit all this stuff in. Because if you're getting the Highwind at like 5 to 6 hours in, stuff got to happen, you know? Moving on. That's our current thought process. Hamaguchi games to reference and draw inspiration. Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, Hogwarts, Horizon, and Crimson Desert. Wow. I think Elden Ring is also talked about later too. Revelations includes all the continents from Rebirth. Each area contains its own unique activity, gameplay mechanics, and interactive elements. Depending on where the player chooses to go first, their experience can end up being very different. Weapons cause major changes across the world. See, this is also why they need to front load so much of the Northern Crater elements, because the world is changing. Like, they don't want you going back to the world and it's the exact same thing as it was before. No. Weapons is a world event, and it happens very early in the game. And then once that world event happens, now you get access to see how different the world is. So it's like, okay, this is starting to make sense. The beginning of the game is going to be the Northern Crater. Even though visually, atmosphere, setting remain pretty familiar, the world map is preserved itself. You get to travel alongside Pico. Pico grows the way you explore and change the world. Parachute from the Highwind and interact with the environment in more vertical ways. Cool. The fit system. Yeah, I wonder if they also confirm that every character gets the same fits or jobs, where it's like Black Mage, Warrior, whatever 4 they end up being. I wonder if they actually are the same for everybody. You know, I wonder, or if they're unique, you know, Maybe Cloud gets 4 different ones than Tifa's 4. 4 each per character, right? No restriction on game design due to multi-platform. So the game's being designed for every platform. Weapon battles as a natural extension of the regular combat system. A natural extension. Oh. Boy, dude, I hope that shit comes true. Chokubo, thank you. Weapon battles are a natural extension of the regular combat system. Dude, if this means that we get full party weapon battles, like, and that's when you engage weapons, like, now everybody's involved. Like, how do you balance that out? Is it going to be like the end of Rebirth when everybody's fighting Genova? Is it going to be like that? Or is it going to be an entire new system? Full party, like everyone, like everybody. Everybody's involved, like Advent Children. Exactly. Like Advent Children. Let's let everyone use their unique abilities to take down these big monsters. Hell yes, we literally see it happen in Advent Children. Chat, a reminder, I don't want this story to conclude eventually with Advent Children. I want to take all the amazing shit that's in Advent Children and put it into this shit. Like, that's what I want. I want to take all the coolest shit that's in Advent Children and shove it into this game so that we don't have to do Advent Children anymore. Yeah. That's my stance on it. Trilogy's final theme is resolve and choice. More sections of the game where players' choices are crucial, so they can alter not only how they progress, but even the direction of the storytelling itself? Wow, dude, what? That honestly sounds like the end of the game. That sounds like specifically the end of the game in the OG FF7, where a specific legendary scene can either happen or not happen. Experience changes based on your choices, yet things ultimately converge towards the single conclusion. Okay, so there's no multiple endings. Like, some different things can happen, but there's no multiple endings. There's like no date thing, you know? Experiences that can completely differ from one player. Oh. Hallelujah, dude. Hallelujah. Holy shit. I love it. 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 These are literally addressing the issues that we had with Rebirth. Especially on, like, I didn't really notice these things on Rebirth's first playthrough. I just loved it. But on multiple playthroughs, yes, I noticed this, where it's like, yeah, everyone kind of plays this game the same. That's what it does. What does that mean? You're a little confused? More that Rebirth as a game was designed to take you from point A to point B and show you all the bullet points in between. So when you're here, here's all the stuff you can do. Are you going to do it? Are you going to 100% the grasslands? Are you going to 100% Junon? What are you going to do? Are you going to move forward? So the game was very much hand-holding you to show you how much you can do in the world. Like, it went out of its way to show you how much stuff they have, right? Which became a little overbearing. So in this one, that's not going to be the case anymore. Like, they now get access to everything. So that is much closer to the original Final Fantasy VII when you get the airship. There's kind of just like, what can we do now? Like, we can do everything now. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, it's like Elden Ring. I'm just gonna go run over here. I'm gonna go run to Caelid and die. Like, let me go run over here and get my ass kicked. You got to find out about that. You got to find some bonkers island where a bunch of cactuses immediately kill you. Yeah, that's cool. That shit is cool. I found this crazy thing, dude. Definitive conclusion. No multi-end. Taking off my wedding ring for this. Fucking definitive conclusions. No multiple endings. Hell yes, dude. I'm so happy. Oh my God. I'm so happy. 30 years. It's been 30 years, dude. No actual conclusion. 30 years. All right. Choices player make on the journey towards the conclusion will affect their individual experience as well as the stories told through side content, but you don't have to engage with minigames if you don't want to. Minigame rewards are now largely unrelated to combat progression. Instead, they offer things like, oh, what? Oh, no. Oh, shit. Oh, Even better. Even better. Confirmed? Dude, I was just like, dude, if we get to skip the mini games, then what are we going to get out of it? You're not going to give us like game progression because we're not, you know, because you can skip it. So what do we, dude, fashion, literal skins. Oh my God. Oh my God. Dude, I will play so much Gears and Gambits to get an Advent Children skin. Do not test me, Square. Don't test me. Like, I'll do it. Okay. Don't do that, but I'll do it. The minigame difficulty settings are added. Battle progression and the like are tied more closely to combat-oriented side content. Okay. Gotcha. So less of the, you know, like you do side quests with characters and do story side quests, and it contributes to those characters becoming more powerful. Yeah, that happened in part 2. Yeah. So now it's more focused. When you do combat stuff, you get combat rewards. Okay. All right. You obtain the Highwind pretty early on, and from that point, you essentially go wherever the hell you want. You might wonder, and I think as an example, this
Sky above to the ground below.
This is
where will
you're always going to have, like, everyone says where they should go, but the player can have the choice of where they want to go. I think the scene we're looking at right here is literally like the first drop, and this is where probably the narrative would be. Like, if you want to move the narrative forward, yeah, you should be going to Mediel, which is about right. That's about right. That's pretty much what the OG FF7 is anyway. Like, once you get access to the Highwind, I'm trying to remember, I don't think you're kind of instructed to go anywhere. It's sort of like, look around, what the hell's this place, you know? Actually, I remember that. Yeah, it's kind of like, it's kind of weird in the OG game because you just don't know where the hell to go. And then eventually you realize, oh, we've never been here before. Oh shit, Cloud's here. What the hell? Yeah, OGF, dude, original Final Fantasy VII is such a god tier game. It's actually super linear, but it does an insane job of hiding that linearity. Like, there's not a ton you can actually do and explore, but it gives you the impression that you have, like, everything at your fingertips. It is fucking amazing. Like, very few games are able to, it's very easy to screw that up, is what I'm saying. It was probably completely by accident, and God bless them, but still, it's the way the old game feels, man. It's very nice. You might wander and get completely demolished. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. North Crater becomes inaccessible for a period of time because a weapon appears there. Ooh. Cool. So there's no longer like a barrier up there. Is that what they're saying? After the Northern Crater event, there's like a crazy barrier. Now they're going to stick a weapon over it. It's probably going to be Ultima Weapon. Maybe it's Ultima Weapon. Dude, these questions are crazy, dude. These questions are so specific. I'm shocked that he's even answering them. I'm shocked. There are still locations you can't access because of story reasons. There is more vertical exploration. You might pick up a quest in one area and then travel to a completely other area to actually move it forward. And if you've already visited an area, you can fast travel to reach it. And they're also in the final polishing stages right now. All right, moving on. There's more. There is more. What's the good shit? Blitz, this shit is crazy. Quim has a great compilation of all of it. So, in the interview with Famitsu, the title implies that hidden truths will be revealed. Okay. The key unifying turn is resolve from the developers and the players and the characters. The game features an even larger world that experience itself changes depending on the player's choice. New locations include Rocket Town, Wutai, Mediel. Areas that appeared in FF7 Rebirth are slightly changed. The terrain has changed. We got confirmation of this already. Pico grows. We got that. Highwind enables seamless travel around a continuous world map where reaching one edge brings the player to the other, like the OG. Hell yes, dude. Hell yes. When you eventually fly west, you eventually come from the east. Hell yeah. Players can descend from the Highwind from a parachute. Fast travel, yeah. Highwind serves as the base of operations for Cloud and the party. Features both a flying mode and an indoor mode. Cool. Items collected throughout the adventure are displayed inside the Highwind. Oh, the Johnny shit. all of the bullshit you get, the collectible stuff you get at the Johnny's Inn. Yeah. So they're going to stick that in the... Cool. Sorry, Blitz. There's going to be 900 collectibles, and you're going to have to make a guide on all of them. The buggy does not return, but similar truck-like vehicles are available. Where did we leave the buggy? Did we literally ditch the buggy on the beach of Gongaga, and we never went back for it? Yeah. Damn. We ditched the buggy in the Gongaga beach, and we never went back. It also is very similar to the OG FF7. Like, you actually still have the all three vehicles, or four including the chicken. You got the buggy, you got the high wind, the chicken, as well as my brain, help me, the Bronco, the tiny Bronco. And yeah, the tiny Bronco and the submarine and the buggy, I think, all remain on the map. They're all still there, so you can still use them if you want in the OG, but they're kind of useless once you have like a submarine, a chicken, and a submarine, a chicken, and a high wind. Anyway, Rocket Village is filled with precision machinery. For that reason, a no chocobos sign is seen. Wow. Vehicles can... What? This is so... Vehicles can be used in Rocket Village instead of chocobos. Vincent primarily fights with gun. Okay, yeah, beast mode, we know about that. We know about Sid's spear stuff. 4 outfits are available as soon as you get fits, right? Outfits affect character parameters, add skills, abilities, effects are tailored to each outfit's unique characteristics, right? Outfit growth rates are shared among all characters. Oh, so this makes it seem like the fits are 4 set fits for every character. That's what it seems like. So it's not like one character doesn't get Black Mage. No. There's like a shared experience for the whole party. So that confirms it. Yeah, there's 4 fits. They didn't make like 16 different jobs. No, that might be a bit too much. Character skin feature allows players to keep an original character's appearance while using fits. They have glam. They have officially added glamour to the game. Final Fantasy 14 style. Transmog. Yep. Hold on. This is some good shit, dude. Additional character skins are acquired throughout the journey. One way is through minigames, they said. Weapon skin features allow players to select preferred weapon appearance. Oh, they're doing it. Oh, bro. We talked about this like a month ago. I'm like, give me every weapon, dude. I want the hard edge. I missed the hard edge. I want that. We didn't get it in Rebirth. So imagine a thing now where you're not going to get the hard edge directly, but maybe Cloud gets like 7 swords. You can make one look like the hard edge if you want. Layered weapons. That's what they're saying. They're saying this is layered weapons. So it's like the nail bat. The nail bat should come back, dude. Like, where is it? I want everything to look like the Buster Sword. I really, really, really hope that weapon skins are a thing. Where it's like, yeah, now every character gets like a bunch of different skins on the weapons from the other game. The first 2 games all technically come back in some way. There's no reason not to include everything, dude. What, are they limited by data size? Nah, dude, this shit's going to be 500 gigabytes. Like, embrace it. Weapon battles include unique mechanics. We got that. Weapon encounters are distinct. Yeah, we got that. Knights of the Round will be available. No shit. Player choice will affect the overall game. There's only one ending. Okay. Lot of reconfirmation on stuff that we already read. And the last one, it might be... So, let's see if there's anything new here. Nomura decided the title, final stages in development. Considering a playable demo at TGS or around that time, you can use a parachute to descend and fast travel back to the Highwind immediately, returning to flying mode. Oh, interesting. So that's how you get back up to the Highwind. No loading. Yeah. Interior of Highwind will be updated according to your progress. The crew's conversations will change given the quests. Oh. In the story, after each story arc ends, a briefing is held on the Highwind to discuss what's next. Oh, that's cool as shit. You can fly freely everywhere, various islands. Of course, there are areas off limits, but basically you can just fly anywhere. They kept all the previous areas. You'll be traveling with a single chocobo, which is Pico. Vertical exploration is very possible now. You can fly above with a parachute instead of using a chocobo, and it's up to you. You can enjoy exploring various locations right from the start. Side content can be tackled at any time you want to do it, which is also great. Weapons that are not involved in the story can be challenged at any time. They're just there. Super bosses are just hanging out, and they're big pieces of shit. Ruby weapon and emerald weapon are just going to be chilling. Dude, maybe even more. Like, who knows? Who knows? We got to go to the Benora crater. See what's over there. Benora crater better be there, dude. Oh, I'm very curious. There are, of course, some moments where we say, for now, please follow the story on this continent. So the structure is pretty similar to the previous game. Yeah, than even the OG FF7. Sometimes you kind of get story locked in certain spots. In this game, however, once you get the Highwind early on, you can just freely explore all the areas using the Highwind. You might find that one area is easy and the next one's mad hard. The idea is to pick and choose what you want to do. The amount of content is equal to or greater than the previous game. No time limit on Vincent Beast. Yeah. Sid's an attacker. 4 types of fits. Zack will make appearances at key points in the game. Other guest characters will join Zack as playable characters. What the hell are we talking? Oh, Jesus, dude. Maybe we're saying too much. Zack and Cisne are going to team up. Bro. Zack's screen time greater than before to convey and tell the story of slightly different worldview and setting compared to the original version. Mamaguchi, you got to shut up, man. You gotta stop talking, brother. Wutai has a very politically charged storyline. Midgar area will also be featured. Deep ground and people involved with it might appear there. I saw in another quote that, like, maybe you'll run into Weiss or Nero. Like, what? What? Rocket Town will be possible to visit towards the end of the story. This one was confusing to me because when I read this initially, it said that they moved Rocket Town to the end of the story when talking about Rebirth, and that it's the Rocket Town is featured in part 3. So it wasn't. It was a more of a mistranslation that they moved Rocket Town from the middle of the game, which was the OG, to the end part of the game, which is technically Rebirth to Revelation. You know what I mean? So, yeah, like I think Rocket Town's still accessible near the beginning of the game in the third game, but it obviously didn't appear in the second. You know, I think this was a weird translation. I read the full quote for this. It was a little funky. Underwater world. Submarine is in the story. Submarine is there. It's there. The affection level system, this time the focus isn't solely on him, but the side content, which character each user wants to delve deeper into and learn more about. Dude, this is sounding like Chrono Trigger. Like, the way it says, like, side content is handled for characters, this almost sounds very Chrono Trigger-y. Of, like, you want to learn more about them, then go on their quests, dude. Like, we'll see. Mini-games number have not been reduced, but they can be skipped. Mini-games not linked to battle progression and trophies. Character skins that aren't related to battle strategy. Conversely, we grouped the battle elements that players really wanted to do into battle-oriented side content. Tifa versus Scarlet slap fight is present. Of course it is. Is there anything else here? This feels like just... We probably should have read this one because it's all the information without repeating. Yeah, and some of this isn't exactly like, some of it has changed. There's like further clarification on a few elements. Hold on a second. Let me try to find. RPGfan.com also getting some of the good shit. One of two. World map expanded. Developers want players to decide where to go instead of a strictly linear path. There will be many locations players can visit immediately using the Highwind. The world functions like a globe because allowing the Highwind to land anywhere proved technically difficult. The players will deploy via parachute. All regions from Rebirth return, including Gongaga, although many areas will not be identical to their previous versions. Midgar is a fully explorable area. Bonkers. Like, we know, but holy shit, dude. Holy shit. I'm assuming fully explorable as in all the locations we kind of visited before. Time to visit Jesse's mom. I have bad news, my dude. I hate to break this news to you. I have really bad news for you. You should sit down first. Please sit down first. Wu Tai will be fully depicted and expanded compared to the original game. When exploring Midgar, players may encounter characters connected to Deep Ground. Oh. Yeah, specifically saying you could encounter characters such as Weiss and Nero when discussing the exploration of Midgar. Brother. Rocket Town is compared to appear in Revelation and will be visited later on in the story. We'll see about this one. The team considered Rocket Town for Rebirth before deciding it would be fit better for Part 3. And Underwater. Player choices have a much greater impact in Rebirth. Then in Rebirth, your decisions affect progress, unlock different story content, and influence how parts of the narrative unfold. Holy shit. That said, he does not believe that the remake trilogy should end with multiple endings, and yeah, confirm we only got one ending. However, because the game places so much more emphasis on player choice and its consequences, different players are going to experience different events, different scenes, and different story developments throughout their playthrough. This is where they said, that there's replay value. Like there's a lot of different stuff to see, that you'll just be missing stuff on your first playthrough. The main story progression itself follows a predetermined order. So Zach's got a larger role. His role is to help players understand that the world and circumstances of the remake trilogy are not exactly the same as the original Final Fantasy VII. Brother. The Turks will receive significantly more focus and development in Revelation. Temporary guest characters, new stories about locations and events. We're only briefly, there will be new stories about locations and events that were only briefly explored in the original Final Fantasy VII. Awesome. Now that is cool. Dude, like, getting some actual good resolution to like Lucrezia stuff would be mad cool. The Gi, yeah. Yeah. The affinity system from Rebirth is being replaced due to the different structure and focus of Revelation's story. Rebirth focused a lot on Cloud's relationships with other characters, and Revelation will place greater emphasis on developing the cast as a whole. Players will have more opportunities to learn more about certain characters, and the theme reflects both Cloud as and his companions preparing for the final battle, and the developer's determination to conclude the remake trilogy. Everything is about resolve. Ah, damn, dude. Anything else in here? The dev team has spent considerable time discussing how to adapt Knights of the Round, and they're currently working on content that lives up to the summon's legendary reputation. Freaking Jesus. The game is currently playable from start to finish, even with side content. So that's pretty sick. They've been saying this for a while. They're going to get an entire year of just straight polish. Like a whole year. Game is content complete right now. A whole year plus, most likely, of just polishing the shit out of it. That is a good amount of time. And that, honestly, it probably needed because it's a multi-platform release. Multi-platform games need way more polish, just in general. You just get some really funky version. What's so special about Knights of the Round? It's pretty much the most legendary summon in Final Fantasy history. It's insane. Like, and it's out of nowhere. Like, for those of you that don't know what Knights of the Round is, it's the most powerful attack in OG FF7. It's the hardest thing to get in the game. It takes a ridiculously long side quest for you to get it. And it's epic as fuck. Like, I'll just show it to you. Like, in its entirety, it is, you get it and you're just like, what is this? The Knights of the Round? It's like, it doesn't even really fit in the world. It doesn't make sense. But it's insanely cool. Oh, this music is gonna fry this shit. Take this, you stupid lizards. It doesn't even, like, thematically make sense in the world. You got all these, like, ye old knights that show up with their magic powers and shit. And you're like, nothing in the game is kind of like this. It's just insanely cool. "13 Knights," right? Is it 13? Gilgamesh kinda, but not really. Gilgamesh is like Japanese lore. Each knight has a different design entirely. Different weapon. It's just insane, dude. It just keeps going. Chad, this was 1997. People were losing their fucking minds. People were losing their fucking minds. King Arthur and the Knights of Justice type shit are just gonna waste some lizards. Yeah, it's honestly one of the most memorable things in FF7 in general. Like, you're like, oh, it was all worth it. It was all worth it. We weren't exaggerating. It's mad cool. Game's already running on Switch too. The Game Fest trailer, all this stuff, PlayStation 5, apparently. Probably PS5 Pro.
That freedom is in your hands.
Yeah, all this is PS5 footage, according to them. It said PC though. I mean, I get it, but now they're saying it's PS5. I don't know what to tell you. I thought it was PC as well. That's in dispute. Who knows? But damn. But goddamn. They're prioritizing polishing the PS5 and PC versions before the additional Switch 2 optimization. And there you go. I don't know if there's many other big news topics to cover, but this shit's crazy, dude. Like, this shit is actually unbelievable, in my opinion. I cannot believe that they are addressing and directly, like, answering so many of the things that we have been asking for. Like, there's very little that already from, like, this is the first 10% of the game. Understand that. Like, what they're exposing us to is also the very, very, very first parts of the game. And because of that, like, if you look at the Highwind, just throwing it out there, the Highwind has guns on it. Like, it actually has a laser at the front and it has guns, like machine guns. So I'm like, huh, that's interesting. Like, I still think there are aspects of this that we're not seeing yet. Again, it's the first reveal. I think there's going to be air battles in some way. They're just throwing it out there. It always seemed like you're going to engage. And they talked about this before, that like the way the high wind engages the player is going to be a lot different than before. I don't think that's just parachuting. I don't think it's just parachuting. I think that there might be some aerial battle engagement in some way. So maybe with weapons, maybe against Shinra. I don't know, man. But like, how cool would it be to like upgrade the high wind and get more artillery on it and shit like that? Like Skies of Arcadia style aerial battles? Brother. What else is there? What else have been? Oh yeah, Queen's Blood. There was new Queen's Blood information. Queen's Blood is obviously coming back, and also the main character of Queen's Blood this time is going to be Red 13, where Red, like it was Cloud before, is the one that was leading Queen's Blood, and it's like been revamped, and Red 13 is the dude behind the protagonist. So we're going to be following the dog as he becomes better at card games. Kind of funny. What is... Oh, where's that quote about Chadley, dude? Does anybody have that one? Hold up. Yeah, them talking about how Chadley engages the player is different than before. Brother. Where was that? Did Audrey have that? I think she did. GameSpark interview and Audrey tweets. Okay. Let me look. Her Twitter is exploded because, you know, Kingdom Hearts stuff got announced. So it's kind of hard to make this concise. I'm scrolling. Okay, here we go. Some of that good shit. Some of that good shit. Oh, man. Logo stuff. Yeah, ending stuff. Revelation Director Hamaguchi confirms that Knights of the Round will be a boss battle you will need to fight in order to obtain the summon. Not that there was any doubt, but it is sure going to be epic. Via the GameSpark interview in Japanese. Oh, yeah. You mean you kind of have to fight summons to get them in FF7? Or at least in the new one. This should be hard as fuck. Director Hamaguchi says that the cosmetic outfits from Rebirth are available at the beginning for the Fit system. Immediate transmog. The interview asks, even Tifa's swimsuit? To which Hamaguchi responds, yes, the swimsuit will also be available. Jesus Christ. Nice. Very nice. Good. That they will indeed have a snowboarding minigame and that it will be available at the Gold Saucer, but they also have prepared an appropriate setting in the story where it will show up as well. I think we just theorized our order. Yeah, Nico, the order. So they're telling us that snowboarding is initially available at Gold Saucer. And then it'll show up like later at an appropriate moment in the story. This lines up where we think that a lot of the journey to the Northern Crater is going to be saved for the finality of the game, like near the end. So possibly this stuff is moved where it's like Icicle Inn and all that stuff, where here's our theory, chat. The theory is that all the characters are in a plane right now, right? They're in the tiny Bronco and they're flying to the Northern Crater. That's their goal. We're theorizing, and Nico came up with this, that we're going to shortcut the story to the Northern Crater, like right at the start. So we're going to have to skip Icicle Inn. We're going to have to skip snowboarding. We're going to have to skip a lot of the snow adventure stuff in the ice caves. They get skipped for now to get us on a shortcut towards the most narratively captivating intro. Are they gone? They're not gone. Why would snowboarding appear first at the Gold Saucer. It's opposite in the old game. You do the Glacier and all that stuff first and then Gold Saucer stuff. I think, throwing it out there, not confirmed, I think they're going to set up a lot of this stuff for the latter part of the game, where it's an adventure that goes north. Does it say that? Right. No, this is a theory. No. They say that you have included a snowboarding minigame that it will appear available at the Gold Saucer, but they also prepared an appropriate setting in the story where it'll show up as well. Why would he describe it like that? Why would he describe that like Golden Saucer has a minigame, but we're also going to stick it at a part of the story? Like, we know that it happens first. We know where it happens in the story. Like, why would you say it that way? So to me, it seems like, oh, the snowboarding part has moved to somewhere else. The Gold Saucer is where you can reliably go to engage a snowboarding minigame. Oh, okay. That's what it seems like to me. So it's our theory that, yes, you can first engage the snowboarding minigame here, and there's a cinematic thing that happens down the line or some shit. I really think they're moving a lot of that stuff. They're not taking it away. I really think they're moving a lot of the journey to the Northern Crater to maybe the second one. Possibly like the return. Because they need to get us into the Highwind as soon as fucking possible. Here's the problem with it, chat, is that if they, you think they're going to cram in the first 5 hours, think they're going to cram in Icicle Inn, snowboarding, the snow landscape, the maze, the icicle caves, and also all the events of the Northern Crater. And also the entire attack on Junon. And also learning how airships work. You think they're going to cram that all into 5 hours? I think that almost is a disservice to many of those areas. Just to like push all that stuff, which could be mad cool for like world building and shit. No, I don't want us to like shortcut past all of the cool northern area locations. I like those areas, dude. I don't want to just skip by that shit. They literally say in the first 5 to 6 hours that you get the Highwind. And it's like, all right, so that's a lot. That's like, we're cramming what could possibly be 20 hours into 5. That's a lot. So I think they're not doing that. I think they're cutting it out to move it. We're gonna like similar what they did with Rocket Town. They're going to cut it out of this part so that you can get a fully explorable thing over here, you know, and that's in this game. I think it's kind of the same thing because it also makes a lot of sense if like Icicle Inn and you learn all about Ifalna and you learn all about Gast. And there's like also Final Fantasy VII devs really love extremely long, extremely arduous at times final areas. And yeah, there's already the journey into the Northern Crater and all that stuff. But, buddy, do these guys love extremely long, like almost 5 to 8 hour finales, like nutty stuff. So, I mean, it kind of feels like what if they did something, which is like, we were throwing this out. They show the Cloud and they show the party in Cloud like at Temple of the Ancients again, or the Forgotten City, and it shows them with flowers and stuff like that. What if there's like a reason why they can't go north with the Highwind, and they go on that journey, and it's like them going north from that point forward for like the final adventure towards the Northern Crater, and they run into all this stuff on that way because they skipped it. They literally crashed not the Highwind. They literally crashed the Tiny Bronco at the beginning of the game and like go into that shit. I don't know, man. What would be the reason? The reason is we need to shortcut this game to the Highwind as quickly as possible. We need to get to the Highwind. And if we spend 20 hours doing all of this stuff of Cloud being a crazy degenerate asshole, which he currently is in that state, with him being around, no, we need to get Cloud the fuck out of the party as quickly as possible. Right? So that seems like their goal, that they want you to do this. You need to get to the Highwind quicker. So let's shortcut to the events of the Northern Crater. The shortcut to the big mystery that is like oh God, we lost our main party member. Also, getting back your main party member eventually, instead of it being a long time with them gone, it only is so long, you know? Like, it could have been a very big portion of the game. To me, it kind of makes sense that they want to get you there to get the really intriguing part of the story, and also one of the sickest parts of FF7 happening at the beginning. Like, the first 5 hours are going to grab you by the balls. Like, I don't know, man. That makes sense to me. And it feels like to do that, you kind of have to move shit. Like, some things, all the big ice adventures and glacier adventures probably need to get shifted. And I don't think they're going away. I think they're getting moved. I think they're getting pushed into something else. First hour is going to be tutorial. Yeah, exactly. I think literally the tutorial prologue is the Northern Crater. I think it is. I think you learn how to use all this stuff and do all that shit in the Northern Crater with the full party available to you. You know, action-packed first chapter. I don't know, man. That starts to make a lot of goddamn sense to me. Anyway, yeah, you can obtain the high wind about 4 to 5 hours in, bro. It's not even 5 to 6. 4 to 5 hours in? So we're going to get through everything past. We're just going to land at Icicle Inn and then have the entire Icicle Inn area and all of its lore and story, and then immediately start on the snowboard adventure, and then crash in the tundra, figure out the maze of the tundra, and then find the camp out and have a camp out scene. And then we're going to go from the camp out to the ice cliffs and go to Gaia's cliffs after that and get all the boss fights that are in Gaia's cliffs. We're going to fight, what's his name? We're going to fight Schizo. And then we're going to do all of the Northern Crater after that. And then we're also going to do the entire Junon sequence, the entire execution sequence, the entire slap fight, the entire attack on Junon. We're also going to steal the high wind. We're also going to learn how the high wind works, and then we're eventually going to jump out of the high wind within the first 4 to 5 hours. This shit makes no sense. This shit makes no sense, dude. Shit has to be moved. I don't know, man. I don't know. That would be something else. Bronco crashes. Vincent says, see ya, and the Northern Crater is a Sid character tutorial. Yeah, because, yeah, Nico said the same thing. Sid is literally introducing himself as Sid Highwind in the Northern Crater area. And he's like, here's my spear and shit, and I do all this, twirling. Watch this, poke, poke, poke. And it's like, oh, shit, that's how this guy works. Yeah. Vincent is missing. They literally show Vincent showing up again at the in the Northern Crater, where he says, like, I'm not going to sleep until this bitch is dead. Like, that's him in the Northern Crater again. It's the same stuff. Blasting something away, some boss fight or some shit. Yeah, and that's when you learn how to use Sid in the Northern Crater. It looked like it. Like, it was like snow. Hold up. Let's see.
These skies belong to me.
Yeah. Look.
I won't return to my coffin until we've put Sephiroth in his.
It looks like some part of that shit. So, I don't know, man.
The result.
I don't know. It's starting to make a lot of sense. You can follow story objectives. You can choose to explore... hold on a sec, chat. Let me see what bullshit is. I'm going to go private. Shit out of here. You can explore the world freely as you choose. You can follow the main story objectives. You can choose to explore whatever you want in an area until you probably reach a point where the enemies become too hard. Some players would then progress to the main story and then come back another time when others might decide to challenge those harder enemies. How you play is entirely up to you. He says that it will probably be impossible to experience everything in your first playthrough. Yes, hello, hold on. Main trailer start, Edge of Creation. Is that safe or soft in the Singularity? It's a good question. It's a good question. Says you'll have to play through the game yourself to see if it follows the... Hey, you're going to have to play the game to see if it follows the OG or deviates. I think it'll do both. I honestly think it's going to do both. He goes on to mention that every character in the game has their own fans who love the support for 30 years. This is why he wants to strongly deliver something to fans that make them feel that following the character of the world was worth it. Whether that feeling will come from the ending or the overall game experience, he hopes you just enjoyed the ride. His main goal is to allow fans, whether from the OG who started from remake series, only to feel a sense of, I'm glad I was supporting the series all along. Cool. Cool. Very cool. Very cool. Man, everything sounds great. God damn! Everything sounds great. I'm so fucking excited, man.
Of experimentation at the hands of Shinra, Vincent can transform into the galleon beast at the press of a button, gaining tremendous power while transformed. And when combined with the skills of a certain ace pilot, their high-impact synergies disrupt the fight with ferocious results.
Cool.
The leaping lancer.
Yeah, see? There's also a shot.
Dashing Dragoon, the one and only Sid Highwind.
Sid Highwind, the cantankerous pilot.
It's like Sid's introducing himself at the Northern Crater. Like he went down with the ship and everybody else jumped out or something.
Allows him to rapidly close the distance for powerful strikes, or engage in sweeping area of effect attacks to bring a whole host of enemies to heel. But to fully control the battlefield, skill with the weapon.
At what point are we afraid they spoil too much? The final trailer. We don't watch the final trailer.
Only gets you so far. To further augment your combat capabilities, try this on for size. Function.
Pause for Chadley here. What? Chadley in this one. This looks like a base of operation. Here's a couple of weird theories. This looks like a base of operation that Chadley makes on the ship, right? But check this bonkers shit out, dude.
Seamlessly switch between party members. These summoned entities that can turn.
Where's the fit stuff? There it is. Check out this location, chat. It's like a beat up building. There's like chairs and shit. There's like a piano. Where is this? Where the hell is this, dude? Ancient Forest? I don't know. Benora? Somewhere in Mediel? I don't know. Where the hell is this shit? Bone Village? Oh, that's another big reveal that Bone Village is sadly not making it. Single screen Bone Village. God damn! RPG speed. Thank you, dude. Been watching the streams for a while. Excited to be on the Revelation train. Note that at 14 into the reveal trailer, you potentially see a zoom in on younger Sephiroth. Could mean the backstory from Ever Crisis could be shown in the game. What? 14 into the reveal trailer? On this one? What?
Long ago, a shadow fell upon our planet. Guided by calamity, one man sought dominion through reunion. By his will, a star fell. A meteor.
No, I think that's just the regular one. Nah, that's not younger Sephiroth. This hair's too long. Nah. Just to zoom in on this one. Yeah, good looking out though. What if the intro of the game is us playing as young Sephiroth doing the thing from the mobile game? Yes. I want the intro to the game, like the first chapter, like the Zack chapter, right? To be playable Advent Children. I just want that. Are we gonna do the Sephiroth opening? Maybe. But I just want here's my hyper fantasy of the opening, chat. Here's my crazy hyper fantasy. Is that the opening of the game starts off like with a completely like desecrated looking Midgar, like destroyed, like it looks like post tornado that is at the other the intro in the previous one where they first show Midgar and it's all destroyed and shit. And then like the Shinra Tower gets cut in half and Sephiroth comes flying in and he's fighting Cloud. And then eventually you take control of Cloud and you fight Sephiroth and you're all wearing Advent Children gear. Like this is my crazy ass fan fiction where like you literally reenact Advent Children and it ends with Cloud getting stabbed and Sephiroth like winning. And then Cloud wakes up and he's inside the tiny Bronco with everybody else and they are crashing. Like they're going down and then you have to jump out. Like he gets like premonition dreams and shit. Like he gets like live stream premonition dreams. Like weird buddy. I would fucking lose it. I would lose my goddamn shit. Would lose my goddamn mind. You just realize the static it's showing, but it's zooming in on Sephiroth, not Cloud. What?
By his will, a star. His will, a star fell.
Wait, you're telling me it was like for a frame there? What? Every frame. Every frame. Is Sephiroth seeing the static? I mean, he shouldn't. He shouldn't.
A star fell.
It's weird. It's weird.
A meteor called forth to bring ruin to all.
Chat, meteor's a lot bigger here. This shit is a lot bigger here. It's a lot meteor here. Did I lose all the tweets? Dang it. Crazy taxi. Did I delete the tweets? Damn it, brother. Where is my tweets? No, I think that was it. I think we saw everything. Jesse Cap was saying the meteor has always been shot on that frame. A little bit. A little bit. At the end of the short trailer, when they say the journey ends here, it plays the opening theme from a remake at that time.
But our planet answered, awakening mighty weapons to stand against this celestial threat. Now, hope endures in those who fight.
Yeah, so Vincent's with them there.
Long story short, the world's in trouble.
Wait, was Vincent with them? Or was it just Sid? Oh yeah, Vincent is missing here.
Fight.
Sid's just the one there.
Long story short, the world's in trouble. It has been for a while.
So what are we waiting for? Let's give Sephiroth the beating of a lifetime.
Chat, also, the trailer tries to deceive you here. I mean, shout out to the trailer makers. But they show every character jumping off, and then they show like in-game shot of Cloud jumping off as well. And they're trying to make it seem like he's part of the party here.
You're mine. I'll make this quick. Good night. The sky.
That poor fucking bird. That poor goddamn bird. Do you think Fit is actually another customization option or is it an AI fight style director? No. Fit is a job. They give you different abilities. You level it up. Like you get things. Like it doesn't just change costume. Costume is one part of it. You can also change the costume to be whatever you want. The Fit thing is a job. So characters' abilities, their natural abilities change.
That's the limit.
I can do this. I'll make you proud.
Like this. This is some bonkers new thing that Cloud gets specifically on, what is it, Warrior or Fighter or something like that?
Just ain't your day.
Oh my, is that a weapon I see?
Yeah, the Fit system and costumes are different. Costumes and skins are actually different.
As far as I can tell, these things don't distinguish between friend and foe.
Save the planet by killing her protectors. Let us put your faith to the test, Cloud.
Sephiroth's doing the Leon here? He's sitting, he's doing the Leon pose. Mari 4. The Noctis pose, yeah. Huh. Huh. And then he's offering the white materia. Bitch. Chat. There's another part of the next trailer. Why does it look like Sephiroth is offering us the white materia? That's weird. How did you get that? How does he have holy? Also, I'm just going to throw it out. The other trailer.
Long story
Ancient beasts that are large before it's too late. As the world is torn apart, you and your friends must unite. In Revelation, we come to the thrilling conclusion of the Final Fantasy VII saga. And your mission is clear. Take up your Buster Sword. Equip your materia.
So here's the shot. I think that this actually might be... Yeah, this is a different time of day. So we thought that this shot could represent... Here, this also supports our quote-unquote theory, chat. That where the game starts, it's at nighttime, right? They show us getting to the Northern Crater at nighttime. So this is them effectively ditching the high wind with parachutes, and they're landing at somewhere closer to like the Northern Crater or the ice area. So it's like warm. It's different feeling, you know, than the Northern Crater is at night. So this is likely the end of the game. This might be much later when you're making the journey up to the Northern Crater and all that kind of stuff. So maybe this is where they stick in the all the other stuff. They actually stick in the Icicle Inn. They stick in the snowboarding, all that kind of shit. Maybe it's a bit later.
Stand together.
It could be at the start. It could be.
One.
But it looks kind of optimistic.
Last time.
These skies belong to me. Hope you're ready.
Yeah, the new Sephiroth voice is going to take some getting used to, but I just have to like see him talking. We haven't seen that yet. We heard him in like a voiceover. I did you on Twitter about the one-winged angel motif in the trailer with Samurai dodges the cannon shot. Oh yeah, we know about that. Yeah. Yeah, check this out, chat. Shit. I showed you, we talked about this a couple of days ago. So, further confirmation that what's happening here, things are different than the original game. The weapon dodges the shot. In the OG game, he gets blasted in the fucking mouth, like he knew where to move. Also, it plays the Sephiroth theme after the weapon attacks and dodges the shot. Sephiroth is in control of the weapons. That's the implication here, which is very different than the original. Sephiroth has control over like the planet and its will. Like, it's looking bad. It's looking very bad. That song's in the OG, is it? Hold on a second. Isn't it dun 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 dun? Isn't it that song? Yeah, different. That's a different theme. The weapons theme. Yeah. Da, da, da. That's Sephiroth, bro. I don't hear it. I only hear the weapon theme. Yeah. Look up attack of the weapon theme. Right, but it's like not in, we're saying it isn't in the cutscene. Like a cutscene's a cutscene. Like if it's at some point in the song, I mean, I get it, but it's not in the cutscene. It's not in the original cutscene. It's literally there. Man, I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it. It might be in the song in the soundtrack somewhere, but maybe it's different timing. Right, yeah, but Chad, that part of the song doesn't play, like, it's there earlier. Like, it's shown during a different part. Like the whole point of the intention is that, once again, the character is doing something different, right? The character is doing something different than the original. Something has changed, right? The implication is that something has also changed. That is in that spot. Yeah. And then it goes to the completely different motif. Interesting. It's not in the same spot. It's in the song in a different area. I don't know how we can pull from intention of the old one. Conclusion is that we technically can't make any conclusions. Yeah. It feels like a very distinct choice in the new trailer because everything is orchestrated and timed, you know, much differently. Chat, this is the same exact thing where in the OG FF7, like, music timing is a fucking problem between versions of games. Like, depending on whatever version of the game you play, the best goddamn moment of the game, its musical composition is ruined. Like, because the music track is not timed correctly. The track is a completely different track during that exact moment in the OG. Check this out. FF7 Cloud kills Sephiroth. So, if you play anything but the PlayStation version, I think this moment is ruined. No musical cue. No goddamn musical cue at all. So, if you play it on the PlayStation, PS1 played on a PS3. If you play it on a PlayStation, as an example, watch this. Cinema. Get chills every fucking time. There's a music timing to it. It's way better. All the other versions, it's fucked up. It only works this way in PlayStation, and I think they had to like fix the some of the other versions, like the PC version, so that the musical timing is actually in touch. Like, it's mad cool. And I didn't notice that until like, oh, I played some other version. I was like, huh, this scene does not have nearly as much like feels to it. Huh. Yeah. Oh, that's right. The dialogue here is uncontrollable. So when these are happening, you cannot skip this dialogue. So it plays with the right timing. That's right. Yeah, you can't skip this. That's right. Yeah, it's intentional. Like, it's supposed to be an orchestrated moment. You know what I mean? Anyway. All I'm saying is that, like, that's kind of far in between in the old game. And, like, a cutscene is a cutscene. A cutscene has music lining up with specific spots, right? And they very clearly were setting up this cutscene to have this, like, big moment. They very clearly were setting up the cutscene to have, like, an obvious Sephiroth motif happening right after the dude seemingly knows that he's going to get killed and he dodges it. Seems interesting.
Get the cannon back online! Now!
So sick. So fucking cool, dude. This is the better explanation of how Tifa can escape conveniently. Well, he does the same thing technically. He blasts a hole in the top and yeah. And then Tifa is able to escape out of the hole. That's the blast that frees Tifa. That's the way it works in the original too. Yeah, in the original he does hit the goddamn, he does shoot at them. So the question is like, well, how does the Sapphire weapon actually die? Like, does he just get his head blown off after that? Or is he a fight? We actually fight him. Is he an introduction to how we fight weapons? Probably is. That's a way to enhance that shit. Damn, dude. Not, you know, he won't be an optional boss. I think he'll be a tutorial weapon fight, which is to show us how, like, large-scale weapon fights work from a functional standpoint. We'll see. We shall see. God damn, man. Where's my screenshots? Hold on a second. I had a bunch of screens. Go. June screenshots. Yeah, for something in here was interesting. Big screen. Big. Highly rendered details. 4K. This looks like it's rendered in 8K, dude. I don't know. This looks very high resolution. Are we satisfied if a Tifa player wins Capcom Cup? I think it'll probably be coordinated, you know? It'll probably be coordinated. So cool that you can see Midgar in its like totality over here now. It's huge. Look at us zoom in on these assets. God damn. So yeah, the environment's different now. You cannot see calm. Not from this angle. Not from this angle. No. This was actually a shot from the trailer. Yeah, them making this game in 3 years is bonkers. Just bonkers. The farm's a lot more barren. I would not assume that is the way the farm is. It's probably a level of detail thing. When you get closer, more shit's going to pop in. Chat, this is an Unreal Engine 4 game. You're going to get some pop-in, dude. You're definitely going to experience some pop-in of some kind. Do you think they'll repurpose the Omega weapon stuff from Dirge? They might. They might. They said they want to include things from those games into here, you know? God damn, so Gingerbread, I think the flash at the beginning of the reveal trailer is actually Kadaj and not young Sephiroth. Sephiroth's holding Cloud in a similar way. Now Cloud holds Kadaj at the end of their battle in AC. That is definitely a theory. That is definitely a theory. That would be some bonkers shit. For sure. Thank you. Machine guns, chat. Machine guns on the Highwind. I don't think the Highwind had artillery before. Maybe it did. Maybe it did. I don't know. But them being clearly depictable now is like, we got guns. Yeah, this is Sid introducing himself in the northern area. Yeah. Yeah. It's a beam weapon. Yeah, they also like shoot at Ultima weapon. Bruh. I just want to keep looking at this shit, dude. There's more information on Twitter as well, bruh. Oh, bruh. I'm so fucking ready.
As we reunite with our heroes.
And I'm gonna have to go to Japan, right? Tokyo Game Show? I gotta go to Tokyo Game Show to play this shit? I didn't have to go to Tokyo Game Show to play this in Virtua Fighter before. I had to... There was playable FF7. There was playable FF7 in September of 2023 when we played Rebirth. So they definitely had playable for us even many years ago now, like 3 years ago now. Damn, that was 3 years ago. Fuck. Tamaguchi said Gamescom and PAX as well. Fuck. Okay, that's good. Gamescom is what? August? PAX is what? Is PAX in September or October? PAX West? PAX is close. End of August? Is PAX what I went to? Chat, for those of you that were there, where the fuck was I? When did that happen? When did I go to PAX for Pragmata and shit? And then we had our meet and greet. Was that PAX West? Was that the same one? Where the fuck was I? Where did I go? I was Seattle. That was PAX West. Okay. When the fuck was that? Where the fuck? What? I talked to people. What time of year was that shit? I mean, I remember doing it. I'm just saying, like, when did that? What days did that fall under? Was that the end of August? Beginning of September? October? Where the fuck am I? So September 4th to 7th this year? What the hell was it last year?
The meteor looms in the skies above, a constant reminder of your mission.
Strife, thank you.
And the grave threats you'll confront as you embark upon your journey.
Who am I?
And face the epic conclusion of the remake.
Oh, bro. Okay. Can we talk about this? Hey. Can we talk about this? This is the shot I was looking for.
Front as you embark upon your journey and face the epic conclusion.
Why is Sephiroth caressing Cloud's face? Outside of it being like Giga Gauge. Why? Which character in Final Fantasy VII historically puts their hands on Cloud's face constantly when talking to him? When it's like important. Tifa? Does Tifa do that? No. Not in the remake trilogy. It's Aerith. Yeah? Yeah. Pretty weird that Sephiroth is all like offering potentially the white materia to Cloud and shit. From his perspective, he's seeing Sephiroth offering the white materia. I wonder what Cloud sees from this perspective, right? I wonder what Cloud is seeing, why he's going along with this. I wonder what he sees. I just fucking wonder. Just curious if it's just the ultra commitment to being hella gauge, or maybe just maybe he's seeing somebody else. I don't know. Let's just go with it being hella gauge. That's it. No fucking shot. I'm just throwing it out there. Maybe they just really like each other. I think they just really like each other. That's it. That's it. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. Why would Cloud be doing that? Why would Sephiroth be caressing his fucking face? I don't know.
Of the remake series. Aboard the Highwind, your very own.
Why is Sephiroth practically smiling like Aerith does in this shot?
Series.
Bro. Just hella gauge. During Pride Month of all months? Dude, it's Aerith. He's seeing Aerith. The theory is it's holding out. Like, I don't know, dude. Like, the community is going to be rendered asunder. There's going to be 30 years of pent-up anger, like, spit into the atmosphere like it's a star. It's going to be crazy.
Board
we shall
the
see.
Highwind, your very own airship, and the pride of the Shinra fleet. You'll take to the skies and witness our most expansive open world yet. From the outskirts of Midgard, to the sun-drenched Medial Archipelago, to the warrior nation of Wutai. Simply pick a direction and set sail. But how can you be expected to protect the whole world at once? You'll need to cover ground fast.
I am not jumping. No way, no how. Don't worry. These parachutes are top of the line. Pull the cord and pop. You'll be floating through the air.
Aerith, but she comes back as Sephiroth was not on your bingo card. Was it? Really? Was it really not?
What?
Oh boy. Oh boy. That has commentary. Aerith coming back as Sephiroth was not on your bingo card. Let's just... Let's just look again.
I'll see you off.
Normal ass behavior, huh?
I'll see you off.
All right, listen. I want you to have an open mind, okay? What really sold it? Slow turn. Slight smile. Does that not remind you of someone?
They said I was crazy. They said I had lost my mind. That my old brain was too old to represent the community anymore. They said he's a madman.
Like a feather.
I would never have been so convicted to this if they didn't say that I was crazy. And this is how this all started. They all said that I was nuts for seeing that. Oh, well, now you're all aggressive about it. Now I'm really committed to the way I feel. No, I'm really going to show you why this shit is happening.
In the open world, simply pilot the high wind to your destination and take a leap of faith. With the wind rushing past, you'll descend seamlessly from the sky above to the ground below. Where will the winds guide you first? That freedom is in your hands.
This looks like it's running
no matter
so
your destination,
good.
To defeat your enemy, you'll need a fighting chance. And that starts with your trusted allies. At long last, with the world teetering on a blade's edge, everyone assembles at Cloud's side.
If you look at the scene, he's giving Cloud something. Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Forming an epic ensemble of heroes, each with their own story that brings you closer together than ever.
It's cool that we get, like, potentially a scene of Sid and Vincent taking the high wind. That's actually cool. We might actually get, because they sort of just pop out of nowhere, you know?
Together than ever. But a good unit needs more than friendship to save the day.
What the hell is this? This looks like it is the,
Closer together
looks like
than
it's
ever.
the Icicle Caves.
But a good unit needs more than friendship.
Like leading to Gaia's Cliff or something like that? I don't know, man. Or it could be the northern... No, this is like leading into the northern crater. Nah, this is northern crater shit, bro. Look at all this dank shit. Northern crater. Yeah.
Save the day. It needs a disciplined combat regimen. The hybrid battle system, established in Remake and refined
Cloud's
in Rebirth,
missing. Yeah.
is perfected in Revelation.
Actually, bro, Cloud and Tifa are missing.
Day.
Yeah, that's where that is.
Closer together than ever. But a good unit needs more than friendship to save the day. It needs a disciplined combat regimen. The hybrid battle system, established in Remake and refined in Rebirth, is perfected in Revelation, putting even more power in your hands. In fluid, real-time action, seamlessly switch between party members to even the odds. Then, when the fight calls for strategy, enter tactical mode to unleash a suite of powerful new spells and abilities. Activate devastating synergies with your companions. And of course, call on mighty summoned entities that can turn the tide.
Really didn't find out if summons changed at all. I don't think they were wanting to talk about that too much, right? We really didn't find out if they are going through big adjustments. Because they were kind of useless to a certain degree in part 2. Like, they really did not have much utility.
Tide of battle.
Yeah, I want to run around as the summon, to be real. The menu has changed. Commands menu. Still the same. I wonder. Yeah, you get 3 summons at a time now. Like, you get 3 summons for the whole party.
I won't return to my coffin until we've put...
Is this supposed to be like a behemoth? It looks like a behemoth. This looks like a behemoth, chat. Horn broke off. It's like dying.
Vincent is a deft gunslinger, capable of delivering precise, high-yield shots. But there's more to this secretive former Turk than meets the eye. The result of
Where's Big Shoes? He's got to be around here.
Experimentation at the hands of Shinra. Vincent can transform into the galleon beast at the press of a button.
Chat, what are we playing this on? Are we really risking a PC version of an Unreal Engine game to run well? I don't know if any of them do. Like, I'll be real. Like, what Unreal Engine 4 game right out the box? What real Unreal Engine 5 game right out? There's very few that run good. Like, you need to, like... They have a year. I'm not saying I don't doubt that they're going to polish the heck out of it. Stellar Blade? No, I have issues in Stellar Blade, bro. Stellar Blade's Unreal Engine 4. That shit stutters constantly when I go to new areas. It's not all the time, but when I hit a new area, it's a dip. It always happens. When you move too fast, dip. And I'm like, I'm thinking just maybe like Pisser 2. Like, those issues, I don't know if they'll ever be resolved. Like, that's just engine problems, dude. Gotta wait to see on PC. I'm mega curious. It'll obviously look the best and we can have the best customization on PC. It'll be amazing. But the console version is gonna have a silky smooth fucking frame rate. Like especially PS5 Pro, bro. But the PS5 Pro version we're likely gonna have a lot of like pop-in, you know, naturally have a lot of pop-in. PC version, the pop-in won't be. It's like a trade-off. Like we have to figure out which one we want to do. I do love frame rate though. I do really love frame rate. The LOD will suck now that it's so open. Yeah, but you can change that in Unreal Engine 4 pretty easily. Like they found the settings for it. It makes it very taxing, right? It does definitely. I think long term the PC version is going to be better, but I'm thinking of like most important thing is first playthrough. Like first fucking playthrough is really important. And I can't like here's the issue. Then it'd be Max, just try the game out. Just fucking I figured it out. Demos. Yeah, the demo. I was like, dude, I can't just fire up the beginning of the game. If I get like a code early on, I can't just fire up the beginning of the game on PlayStation and PC and just compare them because that'll be like a mega fucking spoiler. Like it's a huge spoiler. Like I don't want to do that. I'm not on stream. So, however, if there is a demo, I forgot. We've never had a demo on PC before. That hasn't existed. So if we get a demo on every single version, we can very quickly find out, okay, so how's the PC version? How's the PS5 Pro version? Yeah. There we go. Yeah.
Gaining tremendous power while transformed. And when combined with the skills of a certain ace pilot, their high-impact synergies disrupt the fight with ferocious results.
The demo is the test.
The Leap and Lancer, the Dash and Dragoon.
I mean, the demo is the older build, but we'll very quickly be able to find out. It'll only get better, you know? It'll only get better.
And only Sid Highwind.
Sid Highwind, the cantankerous pilot extraordinaire, joins the party and their mission to defeat Sephiroth. Sid's command
looks
of his
fun
lance
as
allows
shit,
him to
bro.
rapidly close the distance for powerful.
Oh, Sid's gonna get a Dragoon outfit. Wow. That's gonna be fucking cool. He almost has to, right? If there's gonna be all these like extra costumes in the game all over the place for earning shit, he's gonna have to get a Dragoon outfit of some kind. The purple shit, you know?
Strikes or engage in sweeping area of
Purple Dragoon armor. Yeah.
effect attacks to bring a whole
AF1,
host of enemies
exactly.
to heal. But to fully control the battlefield, skill with a weapon only gets you so.
They all have one unique fit? Really? So you're saying no, it seemed like they all have 4 fits across the board, 4 jobs. But we're saying each one has one unique job? Is that confirmed? That's mad cool if it's true. We're saying like Tifa doesn't get access to that crazy cloud shit? We're talking outfit. No, the characters get a ton of outfits, right? Fits is specifically like the job shit. Hey, I just realized. Kate Sith's a summoner. He's got the horn. I hate horns. He's a summoner. White mage? No, he's a summoner. He has a horn. Like, I mean, it could be a white mage, but it definitely makes me think of summoner. Barrett looks like he's supposed to be
but to fully
paladin. Yeah, Barrett's a tank. He has armor on and shit, bro. Like heavy armor. He's like a tank. He's like a paladin.
control the battlefield.
That's expected. He always has been.
Only gets you so far. To further augment your combat capabilities, try this on for.
Who's that to the right?
Weapon only.
Whose hand is that shit, dude?
Whole host of enemies to heal. But to fully control the battlefield,
that's Cloud.
Skill with a weapon only gets you so far.
Is
to
it?
further augment your combat capabilities.
No, whose fucking hand?
Try this on.
Who's that? It looked like Tifa.
Only gets you so far. To further augment your combat capabilities.
That's Tifa's Black Mage costume. Yeah.
Try this on for size.
Zach.
Function integrated tactical suit.
Who's behind Kate? What? Did I just miss?
Combat cap.
Just some schmoes. Just some, like, Highwind schmoes. You know? Random Highwind dudes.
Capabilities. Try this on for size. Function integrated tactical suitwear.
I hate this costume. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. Like, I'll never put it on. Ever. Like, I fucking hate it. I don't know what they were thinking. Like, I don't know what they were thinking. Dark Knight fit? That is not Dark Knight fit. It's Warrior. Like, it's under my face. It says Warrior, but I just do not like... What the hell? It looks like a costume out of, like, Xenoblade X. Right? Like when they're running around and shit?
The FIT system for short allows you to further customize your playstyle with new uniforms imbued with unique movesets. Alongside...
Yeah, no, the Materia will definitely have loadouts. I think it definitely will.
Your equipment and materia, FITS gives you an extra edge in battle. And to face what's coming, you'll need all the strength you can muster. Sensing its fate hanging in the balance, the planet itself has unleashed its last line of defense. The weapons, ancient beasts that are...
Oh, yeah, Tifa's upset. Tifa's extra upset because these are the same weapons that helped her. These are the ones that assisted her, and now they've turned because of Sephiroth.
Its last line of defense. The weapons, ancient...
Yeah, that's why she's extra upset, because she knows them. There's more news on Twitter. Of course there is!
Beasts that are larger than life and capable of untold destruction.
So yeah, this is like some Monster Hunter Siege shit. Like, no joke. This really reminds me of like Zora Magdaros fight in some way.
Be enough to stop them before it's too late.
The device is something Chadley makes to help you fight the weapons.
You and your friends must unite. In Revelation, we come to the thrilling conclusion of the Final Fantasy VII saga, and your mission is clear. Take up your Buster Sword, equip your materia, and stand together. One last time.
These skies.
Where is that? It's not Gongaga, is it? No, this is definitely Medial. Yeah, this is Medial environment.
These skies belong to me. Hope you're ready.
This shit looks unbelievable. This shit looks like it's the biggest fucking RPG of, like, JRPG of all time. Like, I don't know, man. Like, it looks unbelievable. Like many, like, JRPGs just in general are, like, kind of self-contained. Like, this is why the Xenoblade series is as big as it is, because they're super vast and, like, mega huge, you know? But they're very constrained because of hardware limitations, you know? There's only so much they can do because of the Switch. This shit seems fucking bonkers. This just seems like... and this is like the first 10% of what the game is. Like this is the first thing they're showing, so... Like, what does that mean, man? Look at it's Aerith. Let me check Twitter. Hold on a second. Tweet me, bitches. Curious about the submarine shit. It's in there. It is in there. Not gone. Are summons party-based now instead of character-based? Yeah. Yeah, it seems that way. That, like, everybody gets access to the 3 summons. Yeah, it does seem that way. Last Chrono. And, who is it? Mouthy R, thanks for the 10. I sent you a tweet about the pic of Barrett's fit. It looks extremely similar to young Sephiroth, Knight of the Cetra outfit in Ever Crisis. Maybe fits the Cetra related. Interesting. Why am I so obsessed with this take now? Using the image of a close friend who has only recently died to manipulate Cloud would be absolutely brutal. The idea of weaponizing someone's grief like that feels exactly like the psychological torment suffer. Yeah, no shit. This is what they said I was crazy about. That this is literally... At least I have the chat. At least there's no, like, gaslighting. Like, no, this shit is documented, okay? This is some documented bullshit. Like, I have eyes. This feels weird. This doesn't feel like the character that we know. Hold on. Hold up. I don't see shit. Whose Twitter is bumping right now? Is it Genki? Let's check Genki. Who's bumping? Okay. Genki, don't fail me now. Damn, he says, rather than having something like multiple endings, they believe that conveying this is the correct story is more of a right approach for this game. This is the correct story. Oh boy. Damn, dude. I love it. I love it how confident they are. Like, I love it, dude. This is, everything is about revealing what is happening. It's all about it. However, side elements that are not main story will change based on the player's choices. This is based on those choices. The gameplay, storytelling, and how characters' inner selves are portrayed can branch out quite drastically. Each character faces a final battle with their own motivations and feelings, and people's attachments to each character will differ from player to player in their own game experience. Yeah. Amaguchi will consider Revelation DLC if there's a significant demand and requests from players for it after release. He says, including spin-off games released so far, they are open to consider ways to address requests for more details and exploring parts that haven't been depicted yet. Exploring parts that have not been depicted yet. That have not been depicted yet, chat. This means not just Dirge, not just Advent Children. This means Bone Village. Bone Village DLC. Bone Village, the DLC. The Legend of Bone Village DLC. He wants to get people to hands-on to go hands-on with the game. He mentioned events like Gamescom, PAX, TGS that are coming up in the not-so-distant future. Cool. I think that's it. Chat, I dig this art style, dude. It's also not a one-to-one remake, for Christ's sake. Thank God, dude. I really thought we were going to get a game that is like functionally very similar to the OG, which was like the 3DS version. I'm actually pretty happy that, like, oh, now we're using lighting as storytelling. Okay, cool. This is going to be different. This shit's going to be different. I kind of like that. It's uncanny. I mean, to be completely honest, how many Zelda games have realistic textures? Like, these are realistic looking textures. Like, many Zelda games do not really have a level of realistic fidelity. Like, you literally see pores in his skin and shit. Very few of them. Like, the closest one is like what? Like, I guess Twilight Princess, but even Twilight Princess is very stylized. Still very stylized. Maybe it's CG? No, this is not CG, dude. This is significantly lower resolution quality on the mat and stuff. This, you would not do this in CG. This is in render. I really am curious how this game's going to look. I'm really curious. Yeah, the hair has lighting shimmer. There's literally DLSS artifacting all over the hair. Like that's literally DLSS artifacting, chat. TP is the closer by 2006 standards. Right, that's what I mean. To be real, even the OG OOT, when they do CG backgrounds, they're pretty realistic. Like they're not necessarily cartoony. They have very realistic lighting and they have very realistic like rendering. I'm just glad that it looks different. I'm just glad that like we already have Ocarina of Time remakes, dude. We already have that shit. Compared to Wind Waker, it's very, well, no shit. Compared to Wind Waker and like Breath, oh yeah, dude. I think it should have a different, yeah, Kenna. It does have, you're right. It does sort of have the Kenna look. That's a good point. It looks like Kenna a little bit, but I mean, can't really judge it. Can't really judge everything based on like one fucking shot. I mean, you can get mad about it. I mean, you can get really upset based on one shot. You can get really upset. And I mean, I think that makes sense that people would get really upset just based on one shot. Yeah. No, that makes sense that people are probably like melting down and losing their minds based on one shot. Yeah, that makes sense. I think I don't mind it being different. I want it to be different. I don't want the same fucking game. That game's still good. Anything else? Let me check. Yeah, check it out, brother. Amaguchi says in a Famitsu interview that the FIT system has a job system, or sorry, has a skill tree where you actually level up the jobs in the fits. If you decide to have another character wear that fit, the abilities carry over. So you don't need to start from scratch. Battle director Endo specifically wanted to design it this way. So your jobs level up. I wonder if they level up and give you like permanent upgrades, like interchangeable upgrades. I wonder if this eventually leads to like a specialist class, right? Where you can sort of mix and match. That would be bonkers. Like passives and shit, that would be bonkers. Yeah. Damn, dude. It's crazy. That shit's fucking crazy. There'll not be chocobos with there will not be chocobos with region exclusive abilities. Instead, there's a chocobo companion called Pico who will learn different abilities as they grow. Oh, thank Christ. Thank Christ, dude. No more like your chocobo only does this here. Oh, thank God. No chocobo breeding. No, they're taking out chocobo breeding. Instead, they're making it a Pico evolution game where Pico gets abilities. Pico learns from other chickens and shit. Maybe you still have to go get other chickens. They talk about other chocobos than Pico. What? FF? Oh my God, dude, so much shit. Okay, chill. I'll figure it out, my dude. Hold up. I'll figure it out. Hold up. Which one is this? Okay. Open it up. I haven't checked this in so long. There it is. This website. Disable. Refresh. Let's just see what's on here. Oh my God. FF7 Revelations Gold Saucer will be a Queen's Blood Paradise, director confirms. In addition to all the new minigames that'll be included with the Gold Saucer, there's actually going to be a new piece of narrative being told in the area. Shout out to Polygon for getting this. The way the story unfolds is going to be quite interesting. I'm actually dying to tell you more about it, but for obvious reasons, I think it's going to be better if we keep it for the future. The main story will not be connected to the gold saucer, but there is going to be a completely new narrative told within this area. Holy shit. The gold saucer was separated into distinct squares. Wonder Square that had G-bike, snowboarding, other under construction rebirth. What's going to happen in the area? What's going to happen in that area in Revelation is that due to immense popularity of Queen's Blood, the square has been completely taken over by Queen's Blood. All of that area is just going to be Queen's Blood content. That's right. There was a ton of Queen's Blood on the opposite side. There was a little QB area, like a tiny one. Huh. The Blood Square. The Blood Square. Where was that shit that they talked about? Chadley and his involvement. Like, Chadley will not be distributing VR missions. Like, they specifically talked about that, where it directly insinuated that you will not be engaging like a bunch of VR missions with Chadley anymore. He's doing different stuff now, where it's like, what? Uh-oh. So all that stuff is going to be put out in the world? Oh my God. Thank God. Helio, thanks for the 10. I want to say I've always feel like a newcomer in the streams, but at this point, I've been following you consistently for 6 years. Having Hamaguchi in the room was insane, full circle. Glad you stay awake until 5 a.m. to witness it. Thank you, dude. Appreciate it. Yeah, it seems like the world research is complete. Exactly. I'm curious. Do you know what I should have asked? I should have asked, like, what happens to all the towers? Damn, I should have asked that question. Are we still going to be activating, like, Remnawave towers? I should have asked that. God damn it. God damn it. Ask if there's a jump button. I thought we got clarification on that. It didn't seem like there would be. From what I understand, it didn't seem like you would be engaging the environment that much differently. Like, from a jump button? I don't think so. Oh my God. I wanted to ask about Vincent, as his backstory is only vaguely hinted and explored in Dirge. I know you've already said deep ground characters will be returning. Are Vincent's backstory elements, like in Dirge, something we're going to see in Revelation? We can't delve too much into the storyline just yet, but thinking of spin-offs you mentioned like Dirge, our overall concept of Revelation is a pick up from those stories. So with characters like Vincent and Zach, those are explored. We just can't say how much. Yeah, just take the shit in Dirge that doesn't suck ass and like expand upon it and make it not suck ass. Like deep ground shit can be kind of cool. You've already done that. Let's just do it and have it not suck. Like there's already Dirge shit all over part 1. Like Weiss and Nero and stuff, but it's handled well. It doesn't suck ass. The Yuffie DLC is all about it. That's Dirge shit, dude. Revelation director Hamaguchi reveals in an interview with RPG Site that there will indeed be revelations on what is the relationship between Rufus and Glenn and how that ties to other spin-off works. Damn, they're tying in the mobile game shit? And chat, here's the big one. Here's a meltdown one. This is a meltdown tweet. Director says whether it is still the case that the 7 Remake series is going to link to Advent Children. A previous notion with Nomura and Kitase, right? Hamaguchi says he does not believe they have ever publicly said it's going to do that. His full quote, I don't think we've publicly claimed or stated it's going to be exactly that. So I'd like for players to play Revelation to see for themselves what the conclusion of the journey holds and find out. Like, here's the thing. Even if you say link up, right? That doesn't mean that it, like, like one-to-one continues forward directly to that. Like link up could mean that like, yeah, things from that can be used. Like, yeah, it still matters. Advent Children still matters. That stuff still matters. But does it sequentially continue forward to that? No. It's intentionally vague, which is why he's like still being intentionally vague. There's no answer. People were saying like, you know, there's a definitive answer here. Like, no, there's never been an answer. This has always been theory level of like, this is Advent Children Sephiroth, bro. Like, this is not the same one. Like, this is crazy shit. This was a meltdown tweet. Like, there's some shit that happened here. Oh. GameSpark mentions that if Revelation deviates too much from the OG, there's going to be backlash. However, if it doesn't, then the meaning of remake will be lessened. As such, how does the team find balance? Damn, that's a good question. Hamaguchi says, you'll have to play the game to find out. Yeah. He goes on to mention that every character in the game has their own fans who love the story and the characters for 30 years. It's almost like it's the whole fucking point, chat, right? It's almost like these questions that we have been promoting since the first game 6 years ago was the whole point of like, wait a minute, is this shit? Could it be? Maybe it is. Look at this. Look at that. It's almost like it's the whole fucking point of the entire series. This is why we want to strongly deliver something that makes fans feel like they're following the characters in the world was worth it all this time. Jeez, man. 6 years? Anyway. Thanks, Sean, for linking all this stuff. Whoa! I need a fucking cigarette, dude. I'm even happier after reading that shit. I'm even happier. Like, just getting clarification. Like, it almost feels like they talked about too much. It almost feels like they talked about too much. But, like, there has to be a realization. But are they? Or is this just the beginning? Is this literally... If they're willing to talk so much about this shit, then maybe this is actually the beginning. And get the fuck ready for like everything else. This is 10% of the game. Like, what? Do you think it's going to be rushly put out? Rushed? I mean, it doesn't look rushed. This is like, chat, you think it's going to be rushed out? Bro, you're just so inundated by Square Enix taking 9 fucking years to make anything. Like, a reminder, we see a whole bunch of other games made in quick spanses of time, like from Capcom and stuff. Like, it's possible. Every company takes forever. This is the benefit of getting a game that stays with the same development team, which literally almost never happens in Japanese game dev. Almost never happens. So it's more like this has the chance to be even more polished and not rushed because they haven't been rushing anything. They've just been getting it out. Like, they stayed together. So all of their hard work that they've been building for like almost 10 years of making this shit is now coming together in a way that is allowing them to produce the games relatively quickly within 3-year time spans now. And it's just going to be huge. It's going to be fucking massive. I mean, I hope so. There's a chance it could be worse than Rebirth, yes. And even my prediction was that it'll be very hard to one-up Rebirth. It will be. But I have even come to realize some issues that I have with Rebirth on subsequent playthroughs, and I'm like, there is room for improvement here. There definitely is. I thought there was no way to improve upon this. No, there definitely is. And they are literally doing it. That's what they're saying. They're doing it. Like, The improvements they're making are happening. Go to Shinra Arc. I believe they've worked on both Rebirth and Revelations to start a remake. Yes, no, the exact same people. The exact same people that worked on Remake are the same people that worked on Rebirth, are the same people that worked on Revelation. It's all the same dudes. Or same team, sorry. So that doesn't happen very often. Like, everyone just knows how to make shit. Like, in game development, all the tools change if you change engines. All of the technology can be different because they make custom tools for things and how they work. So you have to get familiar with all that stuff again. It takes ages. It takes a long time to relearn. Like, I'm on a new project and I pretty much have to like start from scratch. I have to start walking again. And eventually you want me driving a car 100 miles an hour. Yeah, but I have to start walking again. So like, people just don't know how to do everything. You have a familiarity. Some people get on a bicycle, but eventually you have to drive a car 100 miles an hour to start working quickly. And in all these games, you pretty much have to drop your entire knowledge base of how to make this shit work and then start over as soon as you start a new project and figure out all these new problems. Dude, they solved most of the problems while making 1 and 2. Like, there's a reason why this shit comes out so fast. There's a good reason. Yeah, there's even a likelihood that Unreal Engine 5 could be a contributing factor why Kingdom Hearts 4 is taking so long, because they chose to ditch Unreal Engine 4. They're actually using Unreal Engine 5. So it's like, and now when we see the game in motion, it looks good, but it doesn't like, people are like, why does it look bad? Well, it's because they're still fucking working on it, dude. Why does it look worse than Kingdom Hearts 3? Well, it's because they are working under a different engine. And it's a lot of the stuff that they know doesn't work anymore. It's just going to take a long time. This is why when I was adamantly telling people that were saying, oh, they really should use a UE5 for part 3 because there's a lot of constraints with this version of the game. And I'm like, yeah, but no, you're going to add an extra years of development. Like, if they move to UE5 for part 3, this shit wouldn't have come out till 2030. And I think I'm being generous. Like, at least added 2 years of development. At least. How has Square not developed their own engine yet? They did, and they fucked it up. That's 10-year-old news now. The last game they made with their own engine was Forspoken. And barely anybody knew how to use it. They fucked it up twice. Luminous Engine and Crystal Tools. They did multiple times now. And not many people knew how to use it. They wasted a lot of money doing that. That's how Square got into the really bad state that they were in the mid-2010s. Engine woes. Yep. FF16 looked good. I agree. It's good looking. Anyway, hold on. Oh my God. Hamaguchi says you'll be able to customize the Highwind interior and design as you explore the world map. They're different from character skins and won't change things like exterior paint, but there's a feature that allows you to modify the... Wow, you can treat this shit like it's your house in Final Fantasy XIV. Wow, they're really treating it like it's your home away from home. Wow. Actual main hub. Yeah, finally a main hub. You can make the Bone Village inside the Highwind. Wow. Thanks, Shinra Arc, for all these translations. Oh my God. Hamaguchi confirms Cloud will be able to pull off tricks in the snowboard. Of course he will. It will offer more depth and variety than the OG, as well as amusing character-specific animations akin to Red 13's Chocobo riding. You have to shut up. You have to. Dude, these motherfuckers are going to give us SSX Tricky in Final Fantasy VII. These guys are going to give us SSX Tricky in Final Fantasy VII. That's crazy. That is crazy, dude. Of course. I mean, we get it. We were talking about this. Like, what if Cloud's like snowboarding sequences like SSX style? Not cool borders, but SSX. Holy shit. My steak too juicy. My butter too lobstery. Nothing wrong. To explore ways to address content. Yeah. Asked if there is still room for Revelation to speculate about new mysteries. Hamaguchi says he wonders. He thinks even if the creators give answers that seem clear to them, there will still be people who wish they dug into certain things a little bit more. Ultimately, he'd love for everyone to play the game and judge for themselves if all those mysteries were resolved. But as a creator, he feels like they've successfully taken what they wanted to depict and communicate to the fans in the third game and to put it into a cohesive package. Yeah. That makes sense. As the fans can look forward to optimistically to Aerith's fate and role in Revelation, Hamaguchi says it's tricky because if he says anything optimistic, it might sound like he's guaranteeing the story will finish with a happy ending. Rather than saying story is this or that, I want to focus on making a game where fans who've been rooting for these characters will finish this final chapter and think to themselves, I'm so glad I kept with these characters all the way to the end. Man. Bro. Amaguchi says he's sure everyone is curious about Aerith's fate and what's become of her, but at this point he can't touch on whether she'll appear in the game and what kind of role she'll play. He hopes everyone looks forward to finding out. Damn straight. That shit's gonna remain a mystery. That will remain a mystery. Amaguchi says he wouldn't say Sid is necessarily a mean-spirited character per se FF7 Revelation. He thinks he's a straight shooter. He says what he thinks and he feels, and I think he also has very much a warmth of a human being. I'm really curious what they're going to do with him. I'm very curious. I wonder if he starts smoking. In Japanese OG FF7, he's not a dick? Really? Is literally Sid's entire character between the two different versions different? I did not know that. He smokes in both of them. I mean, he's a blunt guy. He's just blunt. He's a big dick. Like he's a dickhead in the American version. They really lean on that. He's a smartass and a dickhead. That is interesting. That is interesting. I wonder. He's smoking and rude in the American version. He definitely is. Hamaguchi says they use Zack to convey the world and workings of the remake series and how they slightly differ from the OG. With the last game, they illustrated the concept with timelines. But to communicate that directly through words would take away a lot of the allure. Source. You get these elements that differ from little between the original game and the remake series, right? With the last game, we illustrated this concept that there are multiple timelines, but if we were to communicate that directly through words, it would take away a lot of the allure. With this game, Zack continues to carry out that role. He'll have more screen time than before, and we've made him an even more important part of the game experience. Okay, everything about Zack is being saved. They're saving everything about Zack, or it's saved till a later part of the marketing cycle. Yeah. He's a bigger part of the game. Battle members are confined to the main cast. That said, just like in the previous game, they prepared story sections at key points where Zack appears or other guests join as playable characters. But at the end of the day, our approach is focused on customizing and controlling the main cast. So you have guests. And here we go. Here it is, chat. The worst news ever. Bone Village is gone. But the North Wood and the Temple of the Ancients, you can go back there. I'm really glad that that cool like woodsy area that was in the OG that was like a couple of screens is still there. I'm actually very glad that you can go there and do things with it. We got we got North Wood. Let's go. So that's still available. And then the path that leads to City of the Ancients or Temple of the Ancients, regardless, is still going to be there. You'll still be able to visit the City of the Ancients. Thank God. It's a big part of the old game too. You know what? I actually thought that they would even have Bone Village. I actually thought. I thought it would be there. Why not Bone Village? I don't know. Just didn't make it. Whereas Bone Village is important? No, the thing is, Bone Village is likely the least important location in Final Fantasy VII. From just a functionality standpoint, like it is maybe one of the least important locations in the entirety of the game. There's maybe a few more that we can really think of. Like, does that need to be there? Does this need to come back? It's a filler mini game that gives you a thing and then you're immediately done with it. You can come back later to find some more stuff, but it has like very Goblin Island. I think that shit'll be there, bro. They introduced us to Gobby or whatever the hell, Kid G type shit. They already set that up for the next game. You get a mop? True. True. There is a really crazy secret that Bone Village was supposed to be way more important in one version of FF7, where there's like a part of the screen over here that connects to the deeper part of City of the Ancients. Yeah, there's a video on it that pretty much dissected where this connected into the forest right here in this spot. But it's nothing in the final game. It's bonkers. Like, it's like, whoa, these guys did some crazy, like, detective backtracking through the code and found that shit. It connects to the sleeping forest, yeah. They cut it. It's not in the final game at all. Anyway. Yeah, here, I can look up the video. Hold on. What's that video called? I type in FF7 Bone Village Mystery. Interesting Gate. There's a video dedicated to it. Is it called Interesting Gate? No. What the hell is it called? I don't know. I did see a video on it a long while back. Good luck searching for anything on YouTube. Was it Shinra Arc who found it? It's part of Shinra Arc cut. They added it back in. Ah. Yes. YouTube might have eaten it. Anyway, let's scroll down some more. Rufus and Glenn revelation. It ain't linking up with Advent Children. I never said that. Red 13's the main protagonist. I think we got everything, chat. Damn, there's just so much. There is just so much information. Shout out to Audrey and Shinra Arc on all the translation and stuff. Yeah, this was great. This was give them a follow, chat. I'm gonna click this and hopefully these work. Yeah, the White Whispers are back in the reveal trailer. I saw that. I did see that. Bone Village was part of finding the Hades materia inside the aircraft underwater. What? Bone Village? Hades materia? No, dude. You get the Hades materia in the forest of the ancient forest, right? I think you're mixing it up. That's the one where you do all the frog mini games, where you stick the frogs and the bugs and shit in all the pitcher plants and that kind of stuff and jump around. Or is Ancient Forest Typhoon? Typhoon's the Ancient Forest. The Galnica is where you get Hades. I'm trying to remember. It's been years since I played it. Kujata is the one you get on the way to when you're going through the forest and you have to like yoink it out of the sky, right? Sleeping Forest, thank you. The Hakuna materia. That's missable. Yeah. That one's right past Bone Village. But that area is still in the game. That's the area that you meet Aerith with at the end of Rebirth. Like, it's there. The key to Midgar, though, chat, it's almost like there's another mechanic in the game that revolves around digging and searching and digging and finding shit. And they gave that to Chocobos. And it's like everywhere. It's fucking everywhere. I hope that gets better and faster too, by the way. Like, it involves chickens. I hope that honestly gets better. I think the digging stuff, you do it only so much and it just takes too long. You're like, come on, dig faster. It was not great. Yeah, it's fun for a little while, and then you're like, aye, come on. They show Ifrit as a stagger type summon. Oh, if they're good at doing certain things, that's kind of cool. How do you get back to Midgar then? Chocobo is going to randomly dig that shit up somewhere. Right? Is the Luna Harp an important item? Not anymore. In the story now? No, not anymore at all. No, the Lunar Harp doesn't mean shit anymore. The only thing the Lunar Harp did was get you to the Sleeping Forest, to get the cutscene with Aerith, and then move forward into the end of Disc 1. That's it. We're already there. It does nothing. They pretty much cut like the Lunar Harp, which didn't mean anything. They just gave you access to the forest. Instead, Cloud falls down there after that sequence, and you meet with the whole party, and you get disconnected from Aerith. Yeah, the party did the Lunar Harp shit while Cloud was knocked the fuck out. Exactly. Man. I can't fucking wait, dude. I cannot wait. You checked out Thresh? No, I'm just catching up on shit. Just catching up. Yeah, in the OG, it's just a thing you do to get through there. There's like barely any reason or lore behind it. It's just like, you need this to get past here, so you just gotta pop it. Patrick Lee, what? You gotta play a mini game just to go through it. Wow, look at that. New VA has been decided for Reno. The game will delve deeper into what role Reno and the other Turks will play. So we hope you look forward to it. Cool. Very cool. We kind of were Turkless in the majority of FF7 Rebirth. There wasn't a there was some Turks. It just felt like we were Turkless without Reno, you know? His previous VA passed away. Yeah. Damn. Hamaguchi says that the underwater segment of the OG FF7 will indeed appear in Revelation. However, he cannot delve into details for now, but he hopes you enjoy it. We need to fight a massive pirate ship with a with a skeleton henchman at the edge of the ship, and he needs to give us a book, a chance for a book. And we have to like morph him into a book, right? You have to turn that ghost ship into a book, and then we're going to turn that book into underwater materia, and we're going to take the underwater materia, and now we're going to go fight the goddamn emerald weapon. Yeah. Need your dino tank at the square? I agree. I want Tank Ceratops to show up at the square too. I really do. Tank Ceratops should show up. Unbelievable. Just unbelievable. I think the only thing that has been emotionally off for me in all of this information, like even Bone Village, I get it. like I understand why we're not doing Bone Village. The only thing that is slightly off for me so far, based on everything we've heard, I'm down for everything, dude. This sounds fucking amazing. I need to hear more Sephiroth. I have no doubt against the voice actor. I have no doubt that he can't pull it off. It's just that I haven't heard enough. We heard one line of dialogue, and it was we didn't see him talking. So I just really want to see more conversing of Sephiroth, because it's just the toughest part is that Jesus Christ, dude, I heard Sephiroth be Sephiroth for so long. Be like one way for so fucking long. Let me check Weasel Boy.
It's 1997, and you're
Last
playing
Elixir,
FF7
godlike
for
videos.
the first time. You've just completed the Temple of the Ancients, and the plot is ramping up. Cloud is appalled at what he's done, and terrified he's capable of worse. Aerith has gone off on her own to stop Sephiroth from summoning a meteor. What's more, the party knows he's hot on her heels. Your mission is clear. Follow Aerith to the Forgotten Capital and save her from certain doom. However, something's bothering you. Something you can't let go of. A burning question you absolutely need to resolve before continuing with the story. What the hell is that cave?
The hell is that cave?
Seriously, look at it. It's right there, staring you in the face. There's even a conveniently placed vine dangling down from the entrance. But you can't climb it. Or maybe you can, if you can just get the positioning right. No, you definitely can't. Eventually, you give up. Maybe the game will have you climb down from it later. You proceed with the plot. Things happen. Momentous things. Things that will define video game history forever. You get distracted. You get so distracted, you don't even realize when the credits roll 30 or 50 or 100 hours later that you never climbed down that vine. Years pass, or maybe just months. You play FF7 again. You find the lunar harp, make your way through the sleeping forest, and there it is again. The cave in Coral Valley. That stupid vine. It's laughing at you. It's mocking you. You need answers.
That's a great video.
Closure. And today, you'll get them. But first, a tiny bit of technical jargon. This will only take a minute. FF7's maps share a basic naming scheme. For each thematically separate set of fields, you have an abbreviated name followed by a number indicating the map in that set. We're going to focus on 3 sets in this video. The first is Sango, which is Japanese for coral and indicates the Coral Valley field maps. This is famously mistranslated as either corral or corel, depending on the version you're playing. The second set is SLFRST, which is an abbreviation of Sleeping Forest. And the third is ANFRST, which is an abbreviation of Ancient Forest. Though it should be noted, the Japanese term for ancient used here is different from the one used to denote the ancient species, or cetra. Next, FF7 uses something called a plot progression value, or PPV, to keep track of the player's progress in the story. You'll sometimes hear people refer to this as the game moment. For instance, when the Sector 7 plate drops, the game sets your PPV to 236. Therefore, if you enter Evergreen Park in Sector 6 with a PPV lower than that, you'll see this map. If, however, your PPV is 236 or higher, you'll see this map. With all that in mind, let's return to the mysterious cave in Coral Valley. For a long time, modders speculated that when you first visited the Forgotten Capital, you would have to make your way through the Ancient Forest. If you don't remember, the Ancient Forest is an optional dungeon unlocked after defeating Ultima Weapon near Cosmo Canyon.
It's
a solid
weird.
Piece of evidence supported this theory. In the game's internal index, the ANFRST field maps come between the SLFRST and Sango field maps. FF7's maps are generally listed in plot order.
It's almost like it's supposed to be in a different spot.
To indicate that the Sleeping Forest led directly into the Ancient Forest, which then spat players out of the cave in Coral Valley. Unfortunately, this logic has some holes. First, there's the matter of the lower entrance on Sango 1, which still needs to connect somewhere. Next, the Ancient Forest is home to many pieces of rare late-game equipment. It's conceivable that these were initially less powerful pickups, but unlikely, considering the hoops players are forced to
Dude, this place, chat, without a fucking guide, like the first time you go through it, maybe it's because I was just younger, but I felt like I was here forever. I feel like you're here forever. It's like, it feels like you're here for like 2 hours. And you're like, oh my god, dude, just get me through this fucking place. And you're just like frog solving and bug solving. The first time through, this place is really hard.
Come through to obtain them. Finally,
like climbing on things that doesn't look like you can climb on, not realizing you can jump on things that you can jump on. Jesus.
The battles for the ANFRST maps appear in the game's encounter tables between the offshore reactor and the sunken Relnica, well after the player visits the Forgotten Capital. And so, for many years, the mystery of the Coral
All that for Typhoon? No. Don't you get quad cut over here? Is that not in here? You get like a really good weapon, and you get like the triple, you get Apocalypse, Red's Ultimate, and you get like quad cut. It's really worth it. Like, it's extremely good.
Only partially solved. There wasn't enough evidence to conclusively connect it to
it's slash all, sorry.
Forest.
Yeah.
However,
Slash all
new
in Flash.
discoveries made this year have revealed a crucial missing piece of the puzzle. Like many locations in
Yeah,
FF7,
Two Cut is in the
Bone
Galnica,
Village
yeah.
features a healthy dose of unused text. Of particular note is a batch of lines introducing the fauna and flora of the ancient forest. Modders have known for a while that this text belongs to an NPC in Bone Village, but by looking closer at the dialogue speech patterns in Japanese, we can determine exactly which one it is. In this case, the lines belong to one of the map's 3 women archaeologist NPCs, specifically the one in the top right corner. You'll see she's conspicuously standing next to an opening in the nearby trees, scratching her head as if confused about something. In the final game, this NPC merely comments on the technology used by the dig crew to locate buried objects. At no point in the game does her dialogue ever change, regardless of your plot progression value. However, something else does change once your PPV reaches 1008, which happens during the Junon escape on Disc 2. This PPV is rather special. It's what the game checks for to see if Sephiroth's meteor has been summoned. Once the game moment reaches this value, NPCs around the planet are set to react accordingly when you talk to them. So, what does this have to do with Bone Village? If you take a look at the scripting for this location's map, you'll come across something peculiar. In the DIR group, which determines the initial setup of the map, there's a check for a PPV of 1008. If your PPV is lower than that, the game will deactivate a certain triangle on the map's walk mesh, preventing the player from walking there. Where is this walk mesh triangle located?
Right on the door.
You guessed it, directly in front of our NPC.
It's blocking you.
While this deactivated triangle serves no purpose in the retail version of the game, for us, it's the last bit of evidence we need to settle one of FF7's longest standing mysteries. Rather
Where the
than
fuck
being
does it go?
forced to traverse the ancient forest directly after the sleeping forest, players would have been able to enter it by returning to Bone Village after obtaining the Highwind. Upon doing so, this right-hand opening in the trees would be unblocked. And instead of describing the dig site's tech, our archaeologist NPC would have filled us in on the dangers of the ancient forest. Players then would have had to complete the dungeon as usual, negotiating its various traps and tricks. Finally, you'd find yourself in the conspicuous cave at the end of the ancient forest, but instead of returning you to the world map, at long last, the Promised Land. Well, in a manner of speaking. It's possible the infamous vine, which is always lowered in the final game, would have needed to be unfurled from the top. This would have prevented players thinking they could climb up on their first visit. Now we can see that the ancient forest was originally an alternate path that met up with the sleeping forest's exit on the first map of Coral Valley.
So funny.
Though
Dark
we
Souls.
don't, and likely never will, have hard confirmation in the way of developer commentary, we feel enough evidence has now been gathered to declare this 28-year-long side quest completed.
Yeah, it's cool. That's a neat little freaking thing. A weird spot of the map that probably led to something at some point. Chad, I'm fucking exhausted. You know, I'm fucking exhausted. I'm so tired. Because I got up early today and I have to get up early again today in like 6 hours because my little girl is graduating. So not high school. It's her last day of school. So I need to get some sleep. I need to get some sleep. College. Yo, the Killnick, thank you. Kimbo's Gaming, Patrick Lee What, Robert Riz, Karkashian, Naxter. Let me catch up on some of these messages. Hopefully this thing actually works. Thank y'all for being here. Thank you for hanging out. This was just a joy to go over and to review. Strife, thanks for the 20. Thanks for all you do for the community and the game. Big inspiration and your excitement's contagious. We're on the final road to the end, and it's this has been an amazing journey. Glad we're all part of it. Keep shining on. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. Brain, thanks for the 777s. Shout out to Tifa in her Black Mage outfit saying, I'll make you proud. She misses her bestie. Yeah, that's her doing magic. Yeah, that's a good point. RPG Speed, thank you again for the 50, dude. Hungboy Art, thanks for the 5. Tifa's scene finding the real Cloud is going to be an emotionally historic. Yeah, it will be. I wonder how they're going to do that. Sam Bear Pig, thanks for the 5. Main trailer start, Edge of Creation. Is that safe for Sephiroth in the Singularity? It looks like it. Hayes, thanks for the 10. I find it interesting that our narrator at the start of the first trailer is the VA for Gi talk while speaking in past tense. Our planet, the Gi no longer are refused by the live stream. Exactly. KYH, thanks for the 20. Knights of the Round in Revelation will just have a budget counter at the top that runs every time you use it, just so you know how much that shit costs to put together. Slelvin11, thanks for the 9.99. Would be nuts if you get to fight Genesis in a secret boss fight in Deep Ground. I want that. I actually want that. Chocobo, thanks for the 777s. I found it interesting. It seemed like Gina Talk is talking about the 1997 game in the trailer for Revelation, because he said something along the lines of, long ago, a man summoned meteor, and with it brought despair to us all. What do you think? Yeah, it has multiple meanings. It's the same thing as the OG FF7 remake trailer, like the first one. It has multiple, like, connotation. Starkiller, thanks for the 20. Been watching for a long time. YoVG, allowing us to meet and the family. Friday's show was great with the interview. All I heard was Knights of the Round is going to be a fight, so we hope they hold team. Thanks, dude. Thank you. Thank you very much. I can't wait. Zycon, thanks for the 20. Did you notice the narrator's dialogue in the original reveal? The new trailer is almost talking about the same thing. Yeah, I think it's supposed to mean the same thing, but that shit probably changed a little bit over time. I think the idea is that the whole, like, long ago we looked across a foreboding sky, like, that dialogue is supposed to be very similar. Like, it's supposed to be like, oh, we're tying this together. Like, yeah, that was intentional, you know? Yo, Jacob Bench, thanks for the 99.99. God damn. Thank you again, dude. FF7 is the best. Thank you very much. I agree. It's Showtime. Thanks for the 20. So when does Jeff host the show from your house with all the guests just chilling in your living room before they come up to present? Next year. That'll be next year. Anime Cowboy, thanks for the 5. Glad they're open about it. Hopefully, and concerned the backlash will cause others just not to disclose. Yeah, which is worse. I agree. Angelica, thanks for the 10. Wanted to point out that something interesting I'm seeing on Twitter. The last book of the Bible is Revelations, and the first book is Genesis. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the biblical tie-ins. KSI Lucifer, thanks for the 10. Just made it. Wanted to clarify, you weren't exactly wrong about Noctis in Kingdom Hearts 4. Nomura still wanted to use the scrapped Final Fantasy Versus 13 Noctis and implemented him to Kingdom Hearts. Shocking. I'm shocked. Titzer, thanks for the 10. Hope you had a great week at SGF. The reason I got into FF7 just as hyped in chat about it during the show. Appreciate all you do, Shine On. Thank you, dude. Thank you. Thank you for all the support, guys. Seriously. Like, it's been ridiculous the past few days. It was literally my biggest days on the internet ever. Like, I have a podcast thing I'm doing tomorrow with some of the FF7 dudes in the middle of the day. Later on, I have a small sponsored stream to start, but I would love to fire up 2XKO and check out the new characters. I'd really like to. So let's plan on that. And if there's more stuff to catch up on FF7 wise, it might be a good opportunity to do that as well. Which podcast? I'll let you guys know. I don't know if it's going to be recorded stream or not. 2XKO sponsored? No. No. I have a different small sponsored stream. It's like less than 2 hours. 2XKO, I just want to play. I just want to play. So yeah. Very sleepy. This was a good night. I feel very good about all this shit. Anyway, thanks, guys. I'll be back. I'll let you know. We got things to play. We got things to do. We have an entire, nearly a year of getting ready for this game. And luckily, there's a lot of other games coming out. Thank God. Anyway, have a good one. Shine on. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.